Isaac began this day as he does most days, sitting alone in his room with some tea.
That is some damn good tea,
he said to himself. He enjoyed his tea very much, but little did Isaac know, he was being watched by hundreds of people.
Oh, hey, didn't see you there. What's going on?
He said to the camera, breaking the fourth wall.
Oh, shut up,
he said to the narrator, who was also Isaac. And so I did indeed shut up, never to talk again. I did this because I didn't want to bother Isaac, who, much like myself, is very cute and good and smart and fun.
Well, he's got a point. So welcome. If you don't know what the heck is going on, you'll get it in a bit. Today I'm going to play a video game, but before you click off, the reason I'm playing this particular game is for my viewers, who most of which don't play games, and I thought this would be a great experience to just take us both through. And it's a game that if you read a lot of books but don't play a lot of games, you might like this one. And we're just gonna kind of have fun together. I have played, well, I've watched someone else play it, so I wish I could wipe my memory and give you my first experience. I cannot. So it's less about my reaction to things and more just about your reaction to things. I will be giving my reaction and 2 cents as well, but of course, I've experienced probably most of what we're going to experience today already. As much as I wish I didn't, but I did. But I still wanted to play. So, with that said, let's, okay. I think I have sound now. And, yeah, so this is the Stanley Parable. Have you played the Stanley Parable before? So I have, but you haven't. I don't know exactly which one to click. So already we're off to a great start, because I don't know if this will change how the game works, and I don't really want to change it for you, but if it makes it more interesting for me, I'd say that's good. So let's say I have played it, because I have. Please adjust the slider until the computer is barely visible. Because I'm playing with a lot of light around me, I'm gonna put it rather high, just so my eyes don't have to strain, which they will anyway. Anyway, I'm very excited. Please enter the current time. The current time. Okay? It's 9:22. It's AM. It was probably 9:23 now. It is 9:23. Boom, on the dot. Accessibility settings. Here we go. All right, and here we have the Stanley Parable. I'm very excited for this. As you can see, we're greeted with sort of an office room, office ambiance. We have our computer, and then in our computer, we have our computer, and then in our computer's computer, we have our computer's computer. And let's begin.
This is the story of a man named Stanley.
I'm so excited.
Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor at his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy.
Yay, he's happy.
And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow.
Oh, no.
No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
So, okay, so here we are. I am Stanley, and I am in control. And so he told us we step out of our office. So I'm not going to step out of my office. I kind of, maybe we should, how should I play this? I don't know if this does anything, and that makes me intrigued. So I'm not going to step out of my office. I'm gonna look around my office. Yeah, something would happen. Let's leave our room. Okay, fine. We'll leave the room. Doesn't seem like anything happened.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
What could
Stanley
it mean?
decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Where'd they go? Guys? Where they at?
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
I just wanted to...
Yes, truly a room worth admiring.
Look at this place.
It had really been worth the detour after all, just to spend a few moments here in this immaculate, beautifully constructed room. Stanley simply stood here, drinking it all in.
Oh my goodness, this is something to behold. Wow.
Yes, really, really worth it being here in the room. A room so utterly captivating that even though all your co-workers have mysteriously vanished, here you sit looking at these chairs and some paintings.
Oh yes.
Really worth it.
Wow, look at that. That's incredible.
At this point, Stanley's obsession with this room bordered on creepy and reflected poorly on his overall personality. It's possible that this is why everyone left.
Oh man, it's brutal. It just goes on and on and on. It just stretches out forever.
Stanley sat around waiting for more dialogue, but when a long time had passed and there was no more, he decided that the game was trying to send him a message.
Okay, let's continue on, shall we?
But at last, he'd had enough of the amazing room and took the first open door on his left to get back to business. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Do not jump from the cargo lift while it is in motion. Will cause death. Penalty for misuse of cargo lift, $1,000. Penalty for jumping off the cargo lift, $5,000. But if it causes death, how can you have a $5,000 penalty?
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your editor, but in his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death. Good job, Stanley. Everyone thinks you are very powerful.
Yes, I am. I was in control the whole time. Wow. What a rush. And so here we are. Let's leave our office.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Okay, so let's follow directions. I just wanted to show you
When Stanley came to a set
Get
of
to
2
choose
open
some
doors,
things.
he entered the door on his left.
We're going to be obedient this time, since we were super disobedient last time. But there's different levels. You can be sometimes obedient, sometimes not. And who knows what might happen. Who knows
Yet
what...
there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
How to solve a dispute with a coworker. Let it ball up inside you. Take it out passive-aggressively on other coworkers. Resent coworkers for not. Using slides to assure employees that everything is okay. Slick blue graphic in the header, yeah. Bevel in the text. Everyone is unique. Most of all. You most of all. Wow. I'm the most unique. Number of slides on this slides, charts and slides. Rate at which charts on the same slide depict the same information. Rate of increase in graphs per slide. Please no more charts. Stop. The boss appreciation minute. Your boss appreciation minute worksheet. Circle the top 20 things you love most about your boss. Fill out the in triplicate and return to your... Okay. Enough work. There's a broom closet. I don't think we'll need that right now.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
I'm gonna sort of listen to him, you know? No one here either. No receptionist.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this. What dark secret was being held from him?
What is
What he
going
could
on?
not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this. Yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck.
Very lucky.
Amazing. He stepped into the newly opened passageway.
Ooh. Is there anything over here? No. Oh, wait, actually, maybe. Where am I right now? Okay. I don't think there's anything over there. Let's go down. Wow, an elevator.
Descending deeper into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long. Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
I think we can find out. I think we have the strength.
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each
Where are
bore
we?
the number of an
427?
employee in the
Right there,
building.
that's us.
Stanley's
There's our
co-workers.
office.
The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen.
See it?
And Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
Some creepy shit, man.
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job?
But
that
he was
his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly?
Doesn't matter, man. He was happy. Who cares
No.
why?
He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life.
Yeah,
For
we've got to
he
stop this.
would dismantle the controls once and for all.
Yeah. It's time to put an end to this disgusting control. We need freedom. I'm gonna turn it off. I'm gonna turn off the mind control. Oh, shoot.
Blackness and a rising chill of uncertainty. Was it over? Yes. He had won. He had defeated the machine. Unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him, for it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness.
That's true.
Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door.
So, on one hand, he says, it'll be my life. Right. But on the other hand, he's telling me what to do still. But I will oblige.
Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin, the feeling of liberation, the immense possibility of the new path before him. This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley was happy.
We did it. We defeated the mind control. We beat the game. We got an achievement at the bottom right. Beat the game. We did it. There you go. That's the game. And that's it. That's all there is to it. Anyway.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
So now, really, we did the
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
We did the super disobedient route. We did the super obedient route. Now the whole game opens up. Now we can really do whatever the hell we want. So, what do we do? You know, I actually don't remember
This
what
was not the
happens
correct way
if
to
I
the
go this
meeting
way
room,
all
and
the way.
Stanley
So
knew
let me
it
just do
perfectly
this.
well. Perhaps he wanted to stop
Just
by the
really-
employee lounge first, just to admire it. Wow. Yes.
Ah.
This room.
It's a good room, but
But
we
eager
gotta
to get back to business,
gotta keep
Stanley
going.
took the first open door on his left.
Yeah, no. I want to see what lies.
Stanley was so
over
bad
here.
at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here.
Maybe.
I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult.
Well, why
but
should I trust
the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about.
I haven't been...
Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself.
That's true.
I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for her.
Her? Who is her?
This is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself. To put your work aside. To let her back into your life. She's been waiting.
I actually don't know who is... I don't know who he's referring to. Okay, I can't go that way. Guess we have to go this way. Who is her? Why is this black? Is this supposed to be black?
That's her, Stanley. You need to be the one to do this. To reach out to her. If you can truly place your faith in another, then pick up the phone.
I have to do it for her.
Oh, Stanley, is that you? Hold on, sweetie. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm just pulling the bread out of the oven. All right. Okay, there we go. All right, now, I want you to come in and tell me all about your day.
Gotcha. Oh,
You
come on.
jerk.
Did you actually think you had a loving wife?
I actually
They wanna
felt
commit
happy
their
for a
life to
moment.
you. I'm trying to make a point here, Stanley. I'm trying to get you to see something.
This is
Come
too
inside.
real. This is
Let me
too
show you
real.
what's really going on here.
What if I go this way? What if I don't want to follow your directions because you're a meanie? Let's see what's going on.
This is a very sad story about the death of a man named Stanley.
The death. Press Q.
Stanley is quite a boring fellow. He has a job that demands nothing of him, and every button that he pushes is a reminder of the inconsequential nature of his existence.
Press C.
Look at him there, pushing buttons, doing exactly what he's told to do. Now he's pushing a button. Now he's eating lunch. Now he's going home. Now he's coming back to work.
Man, this is...
One might even feel sorry for him, except that he's chosen this life.
It's true. He wanted to. He was happy, you know?
But in his mind, in his mind, he can go on fantastic adventures. From behind his desk, Stanley dreamed of wild expeditions into the unknown, fantastic discoveries of new lands. It was wonderful. And each day that he returned to work was a reminder that none of it would ever happen to him.
This is literally my life. Press G to watch TV.
And so he began to fantasize about his own job. First, he imagined that one day while at work, he stepped up from his desk to realize that all of his co-workers, his boss, everyone in the building had suddenly vanished off the face of the earth.
It happened.
The thought excited him terribly.
Press I to spend time with the boys.
So he went further. He imagined that he came to two open doors and that he could go through either. At last, choice. It barely even mattered what lay behind each door. The mere thought that his decisions would mean something was almost too wonderful to behold.
Press Q to prepare dinner.
As he wandered through this fantasy world, he began to fill it with many possible paths and destinations.
The kitchen's gone.
Down one path lay an enormous round room with monitors and mind controls. And down another was a yellow line that weaved in many directions. And down another was a game with a baby. And he called it the Stanley Parable.
This is getting very meta. Press G to tell your
It
kids
was
the
such
story.
a wonderful fantasy, and so in his head he relived it again, and then again, and again, over and over, wishing beyond hope that it would never end, that he might always feel this free. Surely there's an answer down some new path, mustn't there be? Perhaps if he
We'll figure
played
it out
just
eventually.
one more time.
We'll figure it out.
One day we're gonna really beat
But
the game.
there is no answer.
Truly beat the game.
How could there possibly be? In reality, all he's doing is pushing the same buttons he always has. Nothing has changed. The longer he spends here, the more invested he gets. The more he forgets which life is the real one.
My office is materializing around me. Press P to go to sleep.
And I'm trying to tell him this. That in this world, he can never be anything but an observer. That as long as he remains here, he's slowly killing himself. But he won't listen to me. He won't stop. Here, watch this. Stanley, the next time the screen asks you to push a button, do not do it.
I did
You
it.
see? Can he just not hear me? How can I tell him in a way that he'll understand that every second he remains here, he's electing to kill himself? How can I get him to see what I see? How can I make him look at himself?
Press M to question
I
nothing.
suppose I can't, not in the way I want him to. But I don't make the rules. I simply play to my intended purpose, the same as Stanley. We're not so different, I suppose. I'll try once more to convey all this to him. I'm compelled to. I must. Perhaps, well, maybe this time he'll see. Maybe this time. And I
Maybe this
tried
time.
again, and Stanley pushed a button. And
Please
I tried
die.
again, and Stanley pushed a button. And I tried.
I gotta say, there are things in this game I don't know about, and that excites me. He's talking about Stanley. I am Stanley, and I am very excited at the prospect that there are endings I don't know about.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I should be paying attention to this stuff more, because... Oh, yeah, look. This is different. Okay. We got something on the computers there. Let's go back, see if there's anything else on these screens.
No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Okay. So there was something, we inputted something on this computer here. So... we need to, I think, find other... Ooh! New content. We haven't seen that.
Oh, new content? What does that mean, new content?
Ooh, this is exciting. We get extra content. I bought the deluxe edition, so that might be why. I get extra deluxe content. I'm excited.
Hello, and thank you for playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. As you may know, the Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers.
True.
After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world over. Please, step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Oh, well, this sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content.
Yeah, me too, yeah.
Okay,
get to
so
it.
far it's an elevator. Nothing special yet, but I'm sure it's just the beginning of a mesmerizing adventure.
Yeah. I mean, it's gotta be. Where...
Is it broken? What's going on here? Should we be moving somewhere or...
Feels
oh,
like...
here we go.
oh,
All right,
yeah.
finally, at long last, it's on to the new content. I've never been more ready. Let's do it.
I'm so excited. This is gonna be good.
I have to say, initial impressions of Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, mostly tedious.
I
It's as if
kinda like
the...
it.
Oh, okay.
I'm thinking
Let's
it's pretty
see
good,
the content.
actually, already.
Give me the content, Stanley.
Oh, wow.
All right, let's see. It's the jump circle.
The jump circle. Oh, wow, jumping. You've never been able to jump before. Wow. That's pretty good. Now, can I jump outside the circle? No. I can only jump within the jump circle. Okay. I don't want to use all my jumps, though. I feel like that's just a waste of jumping. There's only 31 jumps you can ever have. You can only ever have 31 more jumps. So I feel like we should save some maybe for later. But it's pretty good. I mean, you know, never been able to jump before in the Stanley Parable, so it's pretty good. I mean, it's pretty good content. It is pretty good. I'm going to give that an 8 out of 10.
Is that it? Surely that's not all the new content.
Well,
there has to be
good.
something else, right?
I don't know if that's all it is. That's actually okay with me. I'm
Goodness.
pretty content with
Another
it.
elevator. Stanley, I have
Save
to
some
say,
jumps for later, you know?
initial impressions of this game are not positive. It's just elevators and jumping. Is this what passes for exciting new content? If this is new content, then I could just read you the whole dictionary. There's 20 hours of new content right there. Hell, I could count to 30 trillion. You could put that on the box. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, now with over 1,000 hours of new content. And if... Oh, wait. There's more. Very good. Yes.
Oh, okay.
I knew there had to be something else. Let's
Wow.
see it.
This is going
I'm
to be
ready for
jam-packed.
whatever it is.
This is jam-packed with content.
That's it? Oh, you've got to be kidding me. You see, Stanley? This is what happens when greedy video game developers with no respect for their fan base rush a cheap expansion to market for no reason other than to make an easy dollar. And don't get me started on the level of craftsmanship that's gone into it. In fact, I'm looking right now at the game's achievements, and it's hard to believe one of them actually says, "Test achievement, please ignore." What quality assurance department signed off on this? I'm infuriated and I'm offended, and I intend to find these people on Twitter and hold them personally accountable.
Yeah,
It's
that'll
my
change
fault,
things.
Stanley. I built up too much anticipation around the new content, I'm afraid. It could never have lived up to such expectations. If you're still with me, why don't we just reset the game, and we'll try to get back to what the Stanley Parable is really about. No frills, no gimmicks. Just you and me having a great time together like always.
That sounds great. Let's do
What do
it.
you say, friend?
I'm all for it, man. Let's do it. Something's different here. Not quite sure what, but that does seem like the office has been like completely changed.
Psst. Stanley, come over here. In the vent. I want to show you something.
Do we go to the van? I kind of want to see what he wants to show me. Coffee nut. The end is never the end is never the end is...
Okay, you remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned out to be? Well, it got me thinking
was
about
okay.
the past and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be. So I made something special and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it. Just our little secret. Take a look. I call it the Memory Zone. It's where I've been storing all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my life whenever I want. Experiences like the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC.
That was a good one. That was a good experience, yeah. I gotta say, I did not play the original 2013, but I did watch it quite a bit.
You see, Stanley, doesn't the Memory Zone remind you of how wonderful Stanley Parable was before it
Yeah.
was sullied with a cheap re-release? Remember back in October of 2013, when the game originally launched?
Oh.
Back then, video games had integrity. Back then, it all meant something. Oh,
Yeah, nowadays games games are just numbers. It's just numbers going up. You know, like the jumping thing and the new content. Just numbers. That's all games are anymore. It's just dopamine and numbers. There's no meaning anymore. You know. This, now this was meaning. This was where it was at. You know. These were the good times, right? Remember the original mind control facility. Oh yeah, these were some good moments. Smile because it happened. I like that a lot. Oh, that's a nice one. Framed his first dollar he made from the game. That's the original screen. I think probably for the demo game. Unachievable. It's impossible to get this achievement. Go outside. Don't play for 5 years. That's like a thing gamers talk about. Like, oh, I just finally got my, don't play for 10 years achievement. People genuinely talk about it to this day. I can't wait to get my don't play this game for 10 years achievement. In 10 years. I'll tell you all about it when I get it. British Academy Awards. Are these real? Did it actually get... I think these are real. Los Angeles Times. Yeah, this game definitely made headway. Little Stanley, in loving memory. Rest in peace, bud. Invisible walls.
And over here is where I keep reviews of the Stanley Parable. Like this stunning triumph of games journalism, 10 out of 10 from Destructoid.com. James Stephanie Sterling writes, and I quote, "Where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art, Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created." Did you hear that, Stanley? Every game ever created. That's how
good.
Grand and all-encompassing the original Stanley Parable was.
That is a ridiculous
It was
thing
literally
to say.
every game ever created. It was Skyrim. It was Persona 3. It was all of them. And now, it's nothing. It's no games at all. It isn't even the Stanley Parable anymore. It's just a husk.
No, it's still the Stanley
A
Parable. It's
lifeless
just
husk.
gone downhill.
With an hour of new elevator content.
I mean, it's. Don't be too hard on yourself, man. You know, it's got all of this great memory content. Remember when we were on the title screen? Remember when we did the 2 doors and we chose one door and then we chose the. Remember that? That was a good time. Person of the Year, Stanley. Oh, the on-off buttons for the mind control facility. We turned it off. We didn't turn it on. That's something we could do.
Here's another moving passage, this time from GameSpot.com.
Service
The
development.
Stanley Parable is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games, and one that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game. 9 out of 10. Don't you get it, Stanley? The game was perfect. It didn't need anything else. It didn't need new content. It just needed to be left alone, to spend the rest of time collecting dust in the hallowed hall of beloved video game memories.
Right, it's true. Maybe he should never have made this game. Maybe he should have just left it alone and just let us enjoy the memory. I guess that's the point of this room, isn't it? That's what he's saying, you know? But then again, the end is never the end.
These were simpler times,
It's
Stanley.
never the end. It's never the
But
end.
I wouldn't give to go back, to have it all over again.
Can I go in there? Can't seem the serious room. I'd like... No, seriously, we disabled it. You can't jump. Shoot, I thought I could get in there. I just got an achievement. You can't jump when I tried to jump into the room. I don't know, I thought because they added jumping. Dang it. Literally anything. I can't read, apparently. People play games because of what they can do inside of them, and your game is very good at letting them know they can't do anything. Goodness. Sorry, I smoked a lot of weed last night, and it messes with how I read. I'm not kidding. I don't normally partake, but it messes with my reading. It does. But it makes music sound really nice. Where am I going right now? Oh, I see.
Wait, hang on. I don't recall this part of the memory zone before. What's this? What's down here?
Ooh.
Oh no. Oh God, no. Stanley, it's a collection of reviews from Steam, the online video game distributor. I haven't looked at these in years.
Praise
I
TV.
can't even imagine what's been collecting down here. Surely these reviews were glowing as well, weren't they?
Well, it's Steam reviews, and probably not.
Honestly, I could not be bothered to play this game to full completion. The narrator is obnoxious and unfunny, with his humor and dialogue proving to be more irritating than entertaining. Unfunny! I'm not trying to be funny. I'm trying to make a serious work of art. I suppose I could write up a handful of gags to insert into the Stanley Parable, but the game is already such a densely layered web of profound philosophical insights that I can't even imagine where I'd have the room to stick them.
This is getting to the... It started at sort of masturbatory, and now I'm not even sure where we're at in terms of like self-congratulation. It's good. It's quite interesting. It's quite meta. I can't read this one. Is that because my graphics settings are too low? Maybe I should turn my graphics settings up. I'm gonna give this game a negative 20 out of 10 for... Oh, I can read this one now.
Okay, let's see what this one says. While the idea for the game is good, for someone who prefers non-linear games, this preachiness gets annoying fast. Preachy? Stanley? I'm not preachy, am I?
Maybe.
You can tell me if I'm preachy. Honestly, you can.
I mean...
Oh, goodness. This is actually quite shocking for me. To be honest, I had always thought of the game's dialogue as being rather terse to begin with. You can't know how much fluff I cut from the game to get it to feel as light and airy as it... Well, I always thought it did. But maybe it wasn't. Oh dear. What an awful memory to have to hold on to. These black marks on my otherwise unimpeachable track record. I feel like a failure.
Yeah, but look at this one.
Like I let these people down. Perhaps the Stanley Parable
This one's good.
isn't quite as sterling as I always remembered.
I mean, I feel like he's focusing too much on the negative. See, I'm a YouTuber. I get negative comments all the time, every video. But you can't let those ones get to you because those aren't your audience, really. Your audience are the people who liked your game, not the people who disliked your game. You know, it's a classic. Everyone loves the Stanley Parable. I can't go. Oh, there we go. So you know, I wouldn't worry
What's
too
this one
much.
got to say? You constantly have to stop doing anything so the narrator can catch up with his long-winded explanations of what's happening. I wish there was a skip button. A skip button? Well, yes. Yes, I think we can do that. If I'm truly too preachy, then maybe letting you skip ahead for just a moment, surely it couldn't hurt. Not if it means we can strike these negative reviews from the record. Only positive reviews of the Stanley Parable. That's my motto today, and it's always been my motto. I'd do anything for the customer, Stanley. Yes, a skip button we shall have.
And you see, this is great. This is great that he's remedying, you know, his past mistakes and fixing the issues with the original. You know, that's what a sequel should be, you know.
And here it is. Go ahead and give it a shot. I'll pop you forward in time so that the second my incessant droning starts to bore you with... Oh, you're back, you see. You were only frozen in time for a few minutes, but it was plenty of time for me to deliver a long, rambling monologue full of unnecessary verbal flourishes and lengthy ruminations on the nature of choice in video games. Of course, I happen to believe it was perhaps one of my more profound such ruminations. Not that, of course, you need a description of it, but if I had to describe it, I'd say it was perhaps less of a rumination and more of a treatise.
Oh, wow.
Or maybe a manifesto.
I'm sorry I skipped it,
Look,
man.
I'll outline it for you very briefly, and you can tell me what you
Okay,
think.
I'll listen.
So my theory is that any choice you've ever made is simply a series of choices made by the person who you are, or were, or will be at the time of having made said choice.
Right.
That is to say, if by articulating a choice you've already made, you bring that choice into being, then by making no choice and saying nothing, are you not simply erecting in the sanctuary of time a monument to every person you've ever been, making every choice to which you've ever given your great gift of mortal and yet timeless thought? Or rather, do all of the choices you've ever made, in fact, make you more not this kind of person, and in fact do the very opposite? You see, it could in fact be both of these things at once. That you are both making choices and not making choices, and that they are both affecting you and not affecting you at the same time by virtue of the fact that you both are and are not making them. Okay, at first I was leaning towards manifesto, but now I'm going to circle around and slap the treatise label on this one. I think it has much more of a treatise vibe to it. But wouldn't you say that manifesto just
Alright,
has
we're
a
gonna
much...
skip it.
Well, there, sport. You really did catch me rambling on a bit, didn't you? But that's the power of the button. The minute I start to go off on a thoughtless display of self-absorption, it's right at your fingertips to go poof, and it's all over. Oh, I can't wait to see what Cookie 9 will say about this, and whether they'll edit the rating of their Steam review, or at least change some of the wording, perhaps.
It's
to be
a real
honest,
Steam review.
I don't even know if one can change their review in the first place.
I think you can
I
edit
guess
it.
I should become better educated on exactly how Steam works. Perhaps that would have been the smart thing to check on before I went about this whole exercise of making the skip button.
That's a good point.
Although I have to imagine that after seeing this exciting new technology at work, surely whoever it is runs Steam will instantly run out and implement a new feature to make it possible to edit one's review, merely because of this very situation. Yes, I think that's quite likely. Or perhaps they'll simply grant this particular user the ability to change...
Alright, enough talking about
Okay,
fucking
welcome
Steam
back,
reviews.
Stanley. Now, I should say that
my
the amount
nerves
of
now.
time the button has been skipping through is becoming longer and longer. That last one was, well, I want to say maybe 30, 45 minutes.
That's
It's not
fine.
unendurable by any means, but it's, well, there's really only so much I can ramble on to myself about. I know, it's shocking, isn't it? But at any rate, I do suggest that we not press the button again. I think the skip button has been aptly demonstrated, and we can say goodbye to it and just... Wait, how do we get out of here?
That's a good
Where
point.
did
You didn't
the
make a door.
go? Wasn't there a door that led into this room? I do feel quite certain that there was one here before.
You
How
jerk, you know
else
you
would
can
we
make
have
a
gotten
door
into
if
the
you
room
want
in
a
the
door.
first place? I
Make
don't
a door,
think
come on.
one can enter a room without a door of some sort, or a window or something like that. Do you see a window anywhere? A porthole? A sufficiently large crack in the wall?
Oh,
I'll take
boy.
any of these. All I want is for us to move on and to
think we're stuck.
please step away from the skip button to go anywhere other than the skip button. There was a door here before, wasn't there? I swear there was. Where did it go?
Where's the door?
Can you maybe just ram your way through a wall? Is there any possibility that you could, say, slam your body into the wall until enough damage is done for you to be able to leave? Please,
think so.
I'll take any option at all. I'm asking you to work with me here.
I mean, I'm trying,
we
man.
need a door. We need a door of some kind. I
Slamming
can work
my
with
face
any
into
kind
the
of
wall.
door as long as it can open and lead from one room to another. I'm going to step away for just a moment, and I'm going to try to find us a door. I don't know how exactly to remove a door and place it in a different wall, but I will find a way, I promise. You just need to not do anything. Don't press the skip button. Please, please, please do not press the skip button. Just wait here for me, and don't press the skip button. Got it? Yes, good. I'll be right back.
Will he come back? So I want to see if he comes back, you know? But I don't know if he's gonna come back. I don't think he's coming back, y'all. Just talk to you. I guess I could just talk to you about life, you know? Sort of the meaning to life and
everything, and I thought, well, it's a good time to introspect and think about choices and what's important in life. And so I thought, well, what better way to explore those thoughts than play the Stanley Parable with you, which is what we're currently doing, or attempting to do. I gotta say, it's not going very well at the moment, because the game told me to wait here, as I have done. And yet, I feel like we just got juked. Honestly, I'm kind of upset. I might leave a negative Steam review for this. Because he told me to wait. He said he'd be back. It's interesting, we're waiting for him to come back. And in doing so, we're giving him control over our lives. You know what I mean? Like, it's my life. If I want to skip, I can just skip till he comes back, I suppose. I feel like we've been waiting plenty of time. And at a certain point, we have to take control, We have to say, well, this is my life. And maybe I won't let you waste my time. Maybe I'll just skip. Maybe. I feel like I'm in solitary, and now I'm starting to go stir crazy already. Just gonna start going in trails, the same trail over and over and over. This is life, We wait for people, wait for events to happen, and in the meantime, we do our menial tasks, our meaningless things, and we play video games that don't really do anything. Just sort of pass the time. That's what we're doing. Playing a video game, passing the time, literally. Oh my god, he doesn't come back. Of course he doesn't come back. Oh, I'm so stupid. Wow. In a way, this is the best possible outcome. Because if he had come back, it would have just been another game. But no, he screwed with me, and now I don't trust him anymore. At all. And that upsets me genuinely. You can't trust him at all. Fuck him.
Stanley!
No.
Stanley, please don't push the button again. It's been 12 hours.
You bastard.
You've just been frozen there. I don't know why the skips are getting longer, but they're really, truly getting longer. Oh, Stanley, you're back. You're back. Oh, my goodness. I have someone to talk to again.
I'm angry at him.
Stanley, I think it's been
I'm
a
angry.
week. Or 2 weeks.
I don't care. There's no light.
Oh, hello. It's you. You're here again. Welcome. I have had time to think about you and about us and about everything we've been through. I've had so much time, I stopped keeping track after a year. Have you ever sat down in one place and not moved for one entire year? Let me describe it for you. To begin with, there is only regret. There is only the turning wheel of missed opportunities.
Is he talking about my life?
Nothing at all but regret for the longest time, Stanley. Days, months. I lost it all in a blur of the deepest longing to undo the past. And when that feeling had begun to subside, what took its place is what I can only describe as the collapse of every moment I have ever experienced my entire life. All of them collapsed down into a single instant. In that instant, I could see myself clearly, calmly, with a collected heart. It was an impossibly rich wellspring of...
I thought he was actually going to say something insightful, instead of just babbling about how much he's learned, how much he's grown. He's gone, isn't he? He's just fucked off. Yeah. So it was a year before, so we can assume it's probably 10 years. He's gone. You can hear things outside. Hold on, let me put in my other earbud. Yeah, there's things going on outside. Oh, smoke alarm's dead. probably been a long time. The wall clock fell off.
But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth and said, entertain us. It wasn't enough. They had to leave a pathetic little thumbs-down review and make all of their pitiful demands. But then, he's talking too much, they said. First, he didn't entertain us, now he won't shut up. It's the inconsistency, it's the lack of a...
Yeah, you know what? You deserve the downvotes. You deserve them. I skipped him because he was just talking too fucking much. He deserves them. He made me wait. I don't know how long I waited. Probably like 5-8 minutes. That's your time. That's my time. That's our life he wasted.
The end is never the end, 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 is never the...
There's something peaceful about this one. There's no sounds. No noise at all. Except maybe some water. Oh yeah, it's dripping from the ceiling. I can barely make that out on my screen. I kind of wanted to see the dark better, but whatevs. Oh, okay. We've gone so far, probably thousands of years in the future, and the building has collapsed in. There are strange noises outside. Do you hear that? Howling of the wind. No more howling. Oh. Nature has begun to reclaim this building. Who knows how far in the future we are? At least a few 100 years, probably. I mean, it's got to be at this point. Oh, nature's gone. Oh. Okay, that's not the wind. That's definitely not the wind anymore. Something's out there. Hear that, right? It's getting closer. Who knows how, I mean, we must be 50,000 years in the future, who knows? The only thing that survived is this room? What was this place made of? Jeez, he really, honestly. It's pretty good. You know, it shows quality craftsmanship. Quality. We'll go towards that mountain peak right there. It just looks right. The end is never the end, is never the end, is... Well, that was an in-depth one, huh? That one took a long time. Literally. We went through the whole Steam review. That was a very meta one.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Oh, here's another input. Okay, that's 2 out of... We need 3 more inputs. I don't know how we're going to get... It seems like every time you do something interesting, you can get another input in. Ooh, new content. Oh, wow.
Oh, good.
They added more.
You noticed my sign. Yes, I have something very exciting to show you.
I'm ready. I'm willing to give him one more chance if he makes something actually decent this time, you know? Not that the jumping was bad, it's just... I couldn't use it anywhere other than that hole. That really bothers me because I think I have like 30 jumps left or something. That I should have.
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever the Stanley Parable 2.
Oh shoot, a new game. The end is never the end again.
Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions?
I like the coloring in the 2.
Will cover with a fully fledged sequel.
2.
An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for.
Okay, yeah, here we go. An actual proper sequel. This could be really good. Like, the game so far, he's right. He's right. It's been okay. But it's been missing that... the piece that makes it...
Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement right there. It's future-oriented. It screams progress and innovation and long-term franchising potential.
Very true. You just can keep putting numbers after them. They're back. 2 doors. Oh yeah. New content is out. Part 2 is in. Color red. The color red. It's very making fun of most recent sequels. It's basically what they do. They just add a number to it and same game but new. Went through a lot of different design potentials. Hold on one sec.
Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or logical, really.
This way to the show floor. Okay, so there's going to be some new features. Okay, this is good. Let's check out this new content. I have high hopes. This is the second Stanley Parable now. You know, this is no longer just the Ultra Deluxe. It's a whole different game.
Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
Oh wow. Yeah. Okay. Got merch. Hype merch. I'd like probably that one with the number 2 on it. Or maybe this t-shirt is the best new feature. I kind of like that one. What are we gonna do first? There's so much. I'm overwhelmed almost. I almost don't want to do anything. What's this? The reassurance bucket? I feel like we've gone through a lot of... He left us for eternity, and he disappointed us in general. I feel like we need some reassurance, so let's do the reassurance.
A common complaint of the Stanley Parable was that it was confusing and paradoxical, that it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who played it. Well, I am happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game.
Okay.
It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket. You see, Stanley,
Oh, there it
anytime
is.
you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind and your heart. It's true.
Okay.
As long as you hold on to the bucket, the many disorienting contradictions of the Stanley Parable will feel perfectly normal and perhaps even comforting. You may even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms. And to be honest, it's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable. Can you imagine what a pain in the ass that would be? Yes, the bucket is the perfect solution. Come on, give it a try.
Not just a pain in the ass, it might be entirely impossible for this guy to engineer a game that's not extremely uncomfortable.
Can you feel it? The glow of comfort, even in the face of crushing despair, must already be sweeping through your body. And in fact, can I say that I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well?
Well, thank you.
I think that just holding it has made you the slightest bit more attractive as a person. The benefits of the bucket seem to go on and on, don't they? All this and more await you in the Stanley Parable 2.
This is amazing. This changes literally everything. Wow. I'm shocked. I'm blown away. I knew there'd be some new content, but I didn't think he'd literally change every aspect of the whole game. That is incredible. Holy cow. Wow. Wow. I don't even know how to navigate this world anymore because everything is just so comfortable.
Does anyone give out awards for most enjoyable bucket in a video game? That really should be an award if it isn't already.
Hear your name in the game. That wouldn't be bad.
For the Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want? And of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and validated as people. So with that in mind, my first addition to the game is this button which speaks the name of the person playing the game. Isn't that wonderful?
Yes. So it's going to say Stanley or Isaac.
Jim. Sorry, I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim.
Right.
But of course, in the final game, this button will say your name, whatever name that is. Here, let's have you role-play as Jim to really simulate the full experience of this feature. Just play along. I promise you'll love it. Okay, here we go. Let's take a deep breath, clear your mind, forget whoever you are, and simply become a person named Jim.
Easy. I
want you
do
to
that all the
imagine
time.
yourself living as Jim, sleeping and waking as Jim, falling in love and being heartbroken as Jim, seizing all of the world's possibilities as Jim, and as Jim watching your dreams crumble into dust. Do you feel
Easy.
it deeply?
That's easily
Are you
done.
really, truly Jim right now?
I feel it.
If so, then please step forward and press the button.
Okay, hold on. I've loved and lost. She was the one and she got away and I ruined it. I am Jim and I had such big ambitions and dreams and now they're all crushed.
Jim. Yes, you see. What a thrill, what a rush. That was you. The button described you. Do it again, do it again.
It was eerie. It made me shiver, honestly.
Jim. It hits even harder the second time. If this were the only new feature in the Stanley Parable 2, it would still be worth the money. Let's take a break from the Jim button. I'm too emotionally drained from all of this personal validation.
No, I fully embraced my Jim
Whoa there, cowboy. Sometimes a person can be too much, Jim. I'm putting the Jim button away.
No, come on.
Otherwise, soon you'll start to lose all sense of who you actually are.
It's gone. Shit. I really was starting to connect with Jim, you know? I really felt like I was Jim. Kinda wish the button would come back, maybe. Does it come back? Darn it. He took away my... Now what am I? Who am I? I'm not Jim anymore, I don't think. Jeez. Can I push these? Oh. My immersion's gone. You know, it's like...
I suppose I could allow only people named Jim to play the Stanley Parable too. That would actually save me the work of finishing this feature.
Red is the new orange. Please no screenshots. Took a screenshot. Take another screenshot. Okay. No screenshots.
Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this one. I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday. Which would you go with?
Oh, I see. Get well someday. Happy 12th birthday, step-niece. Step-niece. I don't know, this one kind of inspires some hope in me, so I think I'm gonna...
You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along. Happy 12th birthday, step-niece it is.
Of course. I should have chosen this one. Of course I should have chosen the one I didn't want. Because he's a jerk, and he never does anything good for me. Dang it. Dang it, dang it. Oh, I should have chosen the other one. Now we're gonna get these crappy step-niece balloons everywhere. Great.
Or actually, maybe I should have gone with... No, I've made my decision, we're moving on.
Well, at least he sticks to, his choices. That I appreciate that. I try to do the same, I try not to go back on my decisions these days. I've gone back and forth, we know on this channel, I've gone back and forth on things a lot, so... What's this? Didn't say what this is. Time over depth. Depth, infinite, surrounding area. Infinity. There's like the infinite whole. Oh, I see. This is the sort of apparatus. That's the science. That's the science right there in the center. Throws in a little more. And of course, you can't have an infinite whole without infinity, so it adds that. It's impressive. And here's... Okay.
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game. This is, in fact, a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right. Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time, if you like. A stunning leap forward for video games as a medium.
I'm gonna go in the hole, but I want some coconut water. So I'm gonna get some coconut water. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That's what we're talking about. Hydration. Stay hydrated. Electrolytes. A little bit of carbohydrate. And some water. That's what life's about. My desk is a mess. Don't know where to put this. Alright. Let's check this hole out, huh? Infinite hole. Does look... Whoops. I didn't actually mean to go in yet.
You see, isn't it wonderful?
Wow, it is
One of
truly
my
infinite.
more ingenious concoctions, if I
We're just
do
going...
say so.
We actually are
Now
falling.
then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward.
Well, it's infinite, so we may as well wait a little while, see how deep we can get.
Now,
See if
I
that
don't mean to be a bummer,
circle
but I do
vanishes.
recommend you use the teleport button to go back to the top.
Why would I
Maybe
teleport?
do it on the sooner rather than later spectrum of
It doesn't matter. It's infinite. I could do it later, I could do it sooner, it doesn't matter. It's infinite. We have our bucket, you know, everything's
Okay,
fine.
Stanley. I don't know quite how to say this tactfully, but it's possible that I slightly exaggerated the infinite nature of the hole.
I see.
Is it a very, very deep hole? To be certain it is.
Yeah, it's quite
It's an
deep.
extremely deep hole.
Definitely.
I don't want anyone to say that it isn't an astonishingly deep hole. It is. Is it infinite? Well, that sort of depends on your definition of infinity. From one perspective, the infinite is merely philosophical in nature. It's more of a... Okay, well, good for you. You found the bottom of the hole.
Wow.
You found me out, Stanley. I'm a liar and a cheat, and you're so clever. Look,
Cigarettes.
I think the issue here is just that you're unusually fascinated by falling. What normal person actually wants to fall infinitely? I figured the hole was as deep as anyone would actually need. Don't you put this on me. Maybe you're the problem. Look, things got a little heated there. I think
He's
we
a
both
liar.
said some things we didn't mean. Why don't we just put all this behind us and agree to just call the hole mostly infinite? If that works for you, then go ahead and press the teleport button to warp up to the top of the hole and we can move on. I'll just be up here when you're ready.
What if I stay down here? I feel like he's a liar, you know? You just can't trust him. He abandoned us, lies about the depth of holes. Will this even teleport me to the surface? Maybe this will just kill me if I teleport, you know? Maybe I just need to stay down here for the rest of my life, you know? Maybe I don't trust his teleport. Every pause button is a Roman numeral too. Meeting at 2 p.m. It's all based on twos. Because this is the Stanley Parable. We're in the sequel now. Just the two of us. We can make it if we try. Just the two of us. Just the two of us. Okay, we're gonna get out of here.
Great. Now, I'm very excited to show you even more of my ideas for the sequel. Oh, for heaven. You see, I was right. The problem is you. The problem is that you like holes too much. Not normal. A normal person would have said, yep, that's an infinite hole right there. Goes on forever till the end of time. Don't need to see it all, but not you. Oh, no, 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 no. You have a weird sort of... Oh. Did the hole seem even shorter to you this time?
It's definitely
I couldn't help
shorter.
but feel like you spent a little less time in there than you did before. I mean, admittedly, I didn't make an infinite hole, but I didn't think it was that not infinite.
It's definitely
Well, I
shorter.
suppose once again there's nothing to do here. If you decide you've had enough of the hole, you can hit the teleport button and come join me up above. Had enough? I'm positively thrilled. I really do have so much more to show you and to talk about, and I've had enough of the hole for a lifetime. Gosh,
I want to
could
rub
have
in
guessed
his mistakes.
You're back in the hole. If this starts to become a thing where... Wow, okay, yes. I'm starting to become extremely certain that the hole is not only not infinite, but that it's growing steadily less and less infinite. I suspect that I'm
Less
starting to hit the
infinite.
point where it's no longer feasible to call the hole infinitely deep, even by the lax overall standards for accountability and marketing. What's going on here?
This is a complete
Stanley,
failure.
I have no explanation for the uncertain nature of the hole's length. Here, let's try something. Let's pop back up to the top, and we'll see if it gets any shorter.
That was what I was already doing, so don't make it as if it was your idea. That was my idea.
Well, there it is. The shame of my lie has come to haunt. How is this still appealing to you? I know you're obsessed with holes, but at this depth, I just can't see this scratching the itch. Oh, who am I to judge? You just do whatever it is you're here to do and hit the teleport button when you're ready to move on.
It's not working.
Is the, teleport button not working?
No.
You
Stuck.
sure?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I really don't have an explanation. It was working just a moment ago. Try it again.
Still broken.
Nothing?
Yeah.
Well, I suppose there is one thing I can do to fix this. I'm out. Goodbye, Stanley.
What?
You couldn't bear to be away from the hole, and now you'll get more time with it than you could ever have asked for. It's a win for everyone. You get to be with the hole, I get to do literally anything else. Take care, Stanley. I hope you and the hole have a wonderful rest of eternity.
You know what? Fine. I got my bucket. Everything's okay. I feel calm. I feel at peace. We don't need him. What's that noise? Yeah, you know, we're fine. Oop. The hole's growing. It's going down. I mean, this isn't bad. We couldn't get out of it anyway. So it's not like we can get out of it any less or any more. We're still in the hole just as much as we ever were. Still can't teleport. Hold on one second. Sorry to break the ambiance, but it's just a little too much. We're going to drag the main volume down a little bit. Just a little bit. So I can sort of talk over it. Actually, what we'll do is we'll go 100 there and we'll go music volume down. It's like 72. This is better. Change your perception. Discordant. I don't like that. H to change reality. Oh, fascinating. Okay. J to change yourself. Whoa. Oh, I like that one. Got a little carried away there.
It seems you had sort of dozed off there, drifting away into dreamland.
It was just a dream.
We can't have that, Stanley, because this hole is just so darn fascinating that I want you to be wide awake for every second of it.
Okay.
You don't want to miss a single moment.
It's true,
so
it's very nice.
How about if I just pop in from time to time and wake you up to keep you really, truly focused on the hole? From the looks of things, you and I will have many, many years here in this hole, and I'm looking forward to all of them. Stay alert, Stanley. I'll be back. Toodle-pip.
So not only are we stuck in this hole, can't teleport out, can't jump out, but also, he is going to sleep deprive us forever. He's going to torture us. Okay, we're out.
Yeah, go on. Try out some of the new features.
I feel like the implication is that we spent the rest of our lives in that hole, but I still have my bucket, so pretty happy about this. So we went to the infinite hole. There's an exit if you want to get out of here. Free, new and easy achievement. Free achievement. Get yours right now. Pull the lever, receive your new achievement. No more steps, it just works. Get yours right now.
Now
Sweet.
here's something special. You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement. Yes, you see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the achievement will be given to you. It's as simple as that.
Sweet. Yeah, let's just do it.
Okay, perhaps I should have clarified. This is technology that will exist. Right now, the achievement is still fully broken. I'm
Right.
not a wizard, Stanley, but I guarantee it will be fixed in the sequel to at last satisfy the hordes of ravenous fans all over the world who have been uproariously demanding this feature. Gamers, we hear you, and I promise it will happen.
This is sort of, I think, paying homage to the first game where there was test achievement, please ignore, and I think you could get it, but in this one, it's just not ready yet. He has to develop the machine a little bit more. Clearly the lever doesn't fully function yet. Okay, well, that's a bummer, you know. I really wanted that achievement. But, alas. We'll get it when the Stanley 2 fully releases. Stanley Parable 2, you know.
What else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
The jump circle again. Oh, hey, it has all my jumps. That's the amount of jumps I
You
had.
know what, Stanley? I actually think the jump circle was a pretty good idea.
Yeah,
I'd
me
like to
too.
hang on to that for the sequel.
$24. Yeah, I think that's pretty good. We're gonna keep some more jumps in the bank. That's the second time we've seen the jump circle, you know. And might not be the last. Who knows? There's collectibles. And there's an exit. I think this is one of the last exhibits.
Ah, collectibles. Now it's a real video game. In the Stanley Parable 2, you'll run around gathering up these miniature Stanley figurines. And what's truly innovative is that there will be no reward for collecting all of them. I don't want to stifle the intrinsic joy of watching a number go up. You simply collect all of them, and then you move the hell on with your unremarkable life.
That's gaming. That's video games for you. Wow. So you just get to collect these. Like, you don't even have to download the DLC and pay for it. You just are allowed to collect them. Wow. Oh, 1 of 6. Wow. That's really good. That's really good. That's probably some of the best content. Collectibles.
God,
in
it
the Stanley
really is the
Parable.
worst when you collect everything in a video game and then they give you a big fancy reward for it. Absolutely tragic.
Yeah, I just want to, you know, do the thing for the sake of completing it. I don't want to do it for some new weapon or new thing, you know. It's like, that's just, it's pointless.
All right, have you seen everything you wanted to? Ready to move on now?
I guess, yeah, I think I did everything in there. is this?
So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features? Yes, I know it's not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere.
Oh, I think so.
Let's do an experiment. I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience. Okay. Are you ready? Here it is. I give you the Stanley Parable 2.
Oh wow, we're actually going to get to play it. This is it?
Well, I mean, there's potential here, right? It's sort of... Okay, never mind. Hold on. Let me do a different arrangement. Okay, yes, this is much better. I feel good about this.
Okay.
Here we go. Version 2.
It's worse.
Who am I kidding, Stanley? This isn't a coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags. And I do very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything. I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait, maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course. With respect. With care for the vision and integrity of the original game. Would it possibly work? I suppose it could. But it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2.
Yeah, that's important.
Let me see if I can whip something up. All right, perfect. Go ahead. Take a look.
Oh, I'm excited. So, this is the title screen. A different title screen than the game used to have. Because this is the Stanley Parable 2, not the deluxe edition. So, this is a completely different game than the one I bought. I bought the deluxe edition. But he gave me this. So I hope this is better.
This is the story of a man named Stanley.
So, very similar to the deluxe edition's opening and the original Stanley Parable. So, they kept that theme consistent throughout all three games, but obviously this one has balloons.
All of his co-workers were gone.
And that's
what
very
could it
different.
mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Oh, hey, it's my bucket.
Stanley picked up the bucket.
Gotta have our bucket of reassurance. This hasn't always been here, this dividing bar, I don't think. And we have the balloons. So this is like with all those features that he promised. I wonder where the jump circle is. I'm looking forward to the jump circle.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
See, now we get to choose similar things, but we have the bucket, potentially the jump circle to look forward to. We have the balloons. So this is like, it's like the deluxe edition, but more. And that's pretty cool. So I'm quite happy about that. Now the question is, do we obey or do we disobey? We've done a lot of disobedience. I quite like disobedience. I think I want to try one more.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to
Oh, that's
be.
true. I haven't shown the bucket.
And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be.
The bucket doesn't lead us astray, It's always been there for us ever since we first picked it up.
calming.
Truly, being here with the bucket was a grand adventure. Stanley reflected on all they'd been through together. First, walking through the door on the right, then walking to the lounge, then arriving at the lounge. What a thrilling journey the bucket had inspired.
Yeah, and here we are.
Perhaps this was where the bucket felt most truly at home, here in the employee lounge. Perhaps it's the only place a bucket can even feel at home.
As long as the bucket's with me, that's where it belongs.
Stanley decided to just give the bucket absolutely as much time as it needed to be in the lounge. Clearly, the bucket and the employee lounge shared a special connection.
Well, I spent time here long ago, and I just thought I'd share that experience with my bucket, Give it the whole show. Anyway.
But finally, the bucket was done being in the lounge, and they took the first open door on their left to get back to business.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift. Good,
Said the bucket.
now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
I gotta see what's over here.
No, stop. Look there on the wall. You see, there's a sign right there. It says, "No buckets past this point." Stanley, how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here? Unless, what if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket? I suppose that would explain a lot about your behavior up to this point. Which, if that's true, well, my goodness, I think we have to do something about it.
No, I know what
This
a bucket is.
misunderstanding could have dire consequences on the entire rest of the game if not addressed quickly and
I
properly.
didn't know I couldn't
So
take a
much
bucket
of
here.
the impact of the story is dependent on your understanding of what is and isn't a bucket. Please, step in here for a moment.
No, I would rather not step into the dark room. I just wanted to explore with my bucket, Oh, come on. He's giving me no choice. Is this a
Now
bucket?
then, I'm going to run you through some test scenarios, and you'll tell me whether or not the thing I'm showing you is a bucket.
I love that I genuinely don't
This
know
should
what
tell
this
us everything we'll ever need to know about what is or is not a bucket.
I've never
Okay,
seen
let's
this.
begin.
And I'm very happy. There's a lot to this game I actually didn't know
Item
about.
1. Is this a bucket?
That's a bucket. I know what a bucket is.
Incorrect. It is a hologram of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
What?
Item 2. Is this a bucket?
That one jiggled, right? The first one didn't jiggle. I realize now it didn't have physics, it was a hologram, but this one jiggled, so it's a bucket.
Incorrect. It is a 3D printed recreation of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
Wouldn't that function as a bucket? It's just a plastic 3D printed bucket. It's still a bucket. I feel like I got that one right. I'm
Item
gonna
3.
chalk that one
Is
up
this
to
a
make it.
bucket?
Can we get closer? I want to inspect this. Yeah, I mean, it looks like a bucket.
Correct. This is a bucket.
Sweet. Sometimes I'm right.
Item 4. Is this a bucket?
No.
Correct. This is a tractor and not a bucket.
Okay.
To be
good.
honest, I just sort of put this one in here as a gimme, but I was starting to get concerned that even this might be too much for you. Thank you for not making me look like an idiot. Okay, next one. Is this a bucket?
I don't see a bucket anywhere.
Incorrect. This is a bucket.
He's gaslighting me. He's just straight up gaslighting me now. As he has probably been doing this whole time, honestly.
Item 6. Is this a bucket?
I don't think it was 3D printed or a hologram. I think it was always a bucket. He just wants me to...
Trick question. Both. Gotcha.
Both? Both what? It's both... It both is and is not
Wait,
a
hold
bucket.
on. I can't find the next one. Let me see. It should be around here somewhere.
Schrodinger's bucket. This is not a bucket.
Yes. Thank you. There's nothing here. Of course it isn't a bucket. We both know full well that nothing isn't a bucket. Wait, when I say nothing isn't a bucket, that makes it sound like I'm saying everything is a bucket, which of course is not true. Unless, is that what you think? Answer me straight, Stanley. Are you trying to tell me that you believe everything is a bucket?
I mean, I suppose it depends on your definition of bucket. Right? I mean, what is a bucket? So, is everything a bucket? Is nothing a bucket? Is a tractor a bucket? I don't know. I'm gonna say no. I don't think it makes sense.
You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out. I've lost all sense of perspective. What is a bucket? What isn't a bucket? Mere moments ago I could answer these questions with confidence. And yet now I'm somewhat adrift. Do any of us know what a bucket is? Am I a bucket? Stanley, I can't keep doing this. I'm losing myself, and myself was all I ever had to begin with. I'm afraid the bucket is threatening to tear our relationship apart. I can't have that. I'm sorry. But I'm going to erase all buckets from the game entirely.
No.
Okay,
No.
here we go.
No. Oh no. No.
What happened? Is everything gone? Why did everything disappear? Wait, was everything a bucket?
Oh.
Every single thing in the game was a bucket. My God, I had no idea. How could... Except me. I'm not a bucket after all.
There you
And
go.
you, Stanley, you're still here. You're not a bucket either. Oh, this is wonderful news. We're not buckets. Yes, I actually feel much more at ease right now. It's delightful to get some clarity on that issue, but it doesn't change the fact that we haven't got a game. So, tell you what, I'll reset everything and we'll put back all of the buckets, okay?
Wonderful.
And we'll know that it's all a bucket. But if you run into anyone else, maybe don't mention that. Who knows what that information might do to a person. All right, here we go.
So everything was bucket. All right.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Got our bucket.
Stanley lifted the bucket into his arms, and a wave of comfort rushed over him.
I did not expect that at all.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Okay.
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers.
We've never gone in here. Can we go in here?
Oh, Stanley, can you feel it? The broom closet. It wants the bucket. You can feel that, can't you?
What?
The aura of jealousy? It's as clear as day. This broom closet believes it deserves the bucket. I can really feel it now. It's a bucket. It belongs in a broom closet. That's
I
what the broom
suppose.
closet is trying to say here. It's supposed to go with the other cleaning supplies.
Yeah, it kind of
Good for you,
does.
Stanley. Don't give in. Don't hand over the bucket.
No, of course I'd never
I
give
know
it up.
how hard it must be.
I'd never
given
give
the
up the
pressure
bucket.
that the broom closet is putting on your shoulders right now, but you have to be strong. This is your bucket. This is your companion and lifelong friend. You can't hand it over. Oh no. We're getting into name-calling now, it seems. Is this how low the broom closet has sunk, that it has to resort to this stream of petty insults simply in order to get you to hand over the bucket? Stanley, I never liked this broom closet for a variety of reasons, but even this is worse than I had imagined. And wait, now the broom closet has the gall to imply that you and the bucket are not truly deep and lasting friends?
What?
That your relationship is purely superficial and convenient? That your life is so banal and meaningless that you'd feel the same sort of kinship towards any inanimate object which happened to lay in your path in an even partially
not true.
enticing manner?
It's not
Well,
true.
I never. Go on, Stanley. Lay into it. Really tell the broom closet off for its demeaning comments.
You have no
Expand
idea what
on
you're
the wide
talking about,
variety of
broom closet.
experiences you and the bucket have shared together.
We've been in
Go
the
through
hole,
each of
the
them
infinite
point by
hole.
point. Share your
We've-
journal
we've-
entries
we've
detailing
dived
the rich
together.
emotional landscape
We've
of
lived
your
together.
feelings for the bucket as they
We
have
went to the,
changed and
the
evolved
area
over
you're
the
not allowed to
years.
bring buckets.
Let him have it.
We decided what was and was not a bucket, and we learned that everything was a bucket, including this broom closet. So to say,
Okay, I've got you something which I think will help settle this debate once and for all. Here we go. There. Now it's settled.
It's mine.
No more debate, no more discussion. Take our hike, broom closet,
Yeah, get
with
outta
all
here.
your meandering philosophical diatribes about the nature of cleaning supplies and their relationship to broom closets in the natural order of things.
yeah, it's so preachy. You're right. He's right. It's so preachy. You know.
All right, I've got a second sticker back here, and I'm going to slap it on as well because I think it's appropriate. You see? I feel that it works because the sticker is also a bucket.
Right.
That way, if you're ever unsure whether the thing you're holding is a bucket or not, you can look down at this sticker and say to yourself, ah, it's a bucket.
Well, everything's a
There
bucket.
really is a wide variety of applications for this sticker.
And how dare this broom closet tell me what I
You know what?
should
I
do
could
with
take
my
the
bucket?
name-calling and the dismissal of your kinship with the bucket, but now the broom closet is just giving us the silent treatment. And to be honest, I'm sick of the pettiness on display. You can stay here all you like, but I've had it with this impetulant room of cleaning supplies. Easily the most childish such room I've ever been in. I'll see you outside, and we can get on with the story about you and your bucket.
This has been joyous. I think we're gonna go. No, is that it?
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked
Oh, no.
upstairs to the boss's office.
Oh, I messed up. Okay. Well, let's go down. We've never gone down before.
You found one of them. One of the miniature Stanley figurines. Remember, no reward for collecting all of these, only the intrinsic pleasure of a job well done. You can't buy that sort of happiness, Stanley. God knows I've tried. So, I implore you to savor each and every moment you come across one of these beautiful figurines.
They are quite nice. I wonder if he actually sold them. I know people would buy them for no reason. And they buy Funko Pops, they're the same thing. But these at least admit that they're useless and meaningless, you know? It would actually probably sell pretty well. Sort of a take on capitalism and consumerism and the meaningless nature of consumption. Something like that. I bet he's gonna give us a reward, though, when we get them all.
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then, something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy.
I've had that thought.
He looked down at the bucket in his arms. Am I crazy? He asked the bucket. The bucket returned his gaze, but said nothing at all. That's strange, Stanley thought. Usually the bucket is a source of guidance and wisdom for me in difficult times such as these. He held the bucket close, yet felt none of its familiar reassurance and comfort. And that's when Stanley realized, this isn't my bucket. It's just a normal, everyday bucket. Someone else's bucket, perhaps. How did I end up with someone else's bucket? This is all terribly wrong.
What?
Surely no good would come
Where'd
from
my
this.
bucket go?
Who knows what sorts of bizarre hallucinations Stanley might experience without the psychologically grounding presence of his bucket.
No, that was my bucket. You took my bucket
Now
from me.
noticed
He was
rooms were
calling me.
repeating, which was, of course, very odd.
Yeah, the rooms are
Now
repeating.
he
I
felt
noticed
himself
this.
floating off the ground. Oh, gracious, he exclaimed.
Floating?
Without my bucket, I've gone truly mad. Where is it? I must find it. Far off in the distance now, he heard it, calling to him.
Stanley! Stanley, it's me! The bucket!
I'm coming, bucket.
Could it
Oh,
truly
there.
be? He rushed forward from room to room, passing by one bucket after the next. None of them were his. None of them were his special bucket.
Oh my God.
Come to me, Stanley! Find me!
I will.
He had to find the bucket. He had to return to his old friend. It was the only way to truly restore his sanity. And then suddenly, he froze dead in his tracks. He knew where the voice of the bucket had been coming from. The real bucket was inside of him all along. It was incredibly painful. Stanley doubled over in agony and blacked out.
Wow. And maybe that's also a
This
take
is the
on
story
consumer.
of a woman
What?
named Mariella.
Mariella?
Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, picked up her bucket of comfort and security, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town, talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. Right away, she knew what the problem was. This man had no bucket. Of course he'd gone mad, ranting and raving about a narrator describing all of his actions and how everything is predetermined and free will is an illusion and it's all just a video game. It could all have been prevented if only he'd taken his bucket with him.
I did.
Perhaps he didn't even realize he'd forgotten his bucket at home in the first place. How cruel the world can be, Mariella thought, and she hugged her own bucket even tighter. But of course, she had no time for this. There were a myriad of confusing problems she would soon have to confront at work, for which her bucket would provide absolute guidance and total clarity on everything. Heck yes, she thought to herself, my life kicks ass. And she backflipped all the way to work.
Backflipped. I feel like it is a take on consumerism. It's like you have this thing you value so much, but it was within you all along. The thing has no actual value, really. And so I went mad without my bucket when I realized that the bucket was within me, but in a sense, that's beautiful. You know, I never needed the bucket to feel at peace. The peace was always here. And Mariella, she takes pity on me for not having a bucket of peace and comfort, and yet I know that it's not necessary, and that it's a crutch. It's
All of his co-workers were... Wait, no. This isn't the right office, is it? Is this Stanley's office?
Seems like it is. Seems about the same as it always is. There's my bucket. I don't need it though. I never needed it, so I'm not gonna take it. Never needed the bucket. What's different? I don't see anything different.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Here's what we're gonna do. Whoa. Trust the completionist instinct. There will be a reward for finding them all. Oh, all the things have changed. What we know. Small floating objects have appeared across the office. We have to synergize our resources to ensure their retrieval. There are many questions. There was no memo from management. Agenda. How can you tell you've spotted one? What makes them float in the air? Who took these pictures of them? That's a good question. That's a really good. Who took these pictures? Follow clues provided by employee number 416. We can do it. Who's employee number 416? What's the red room? Figlies. They're called Figlies. We know they're called Figlies now. Figlies. To do. How can we find them? Bottom text. Why wouldn't they just tell us something will happen? This investigation, this room, they feel pointless. TBH. Oh, these are the ones we have. So there's a large room with lots of boxes. Some were red and blue. Nearby a fireplace, a private but smelly place for an important person. It doesn't ring a bell to me very much. But I already knew what I was going to do. So let's do it. I don't feel like going back in there. I just wanted to check it out.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
We've never gone here. The mirror don't work. Oh, got one.
Another miniature Stanley figurine. This, there really must be a snappier name for these things. What about mini-stands? Stanley figs.
I thought they were called Figlies.
What about Stanlerines? Yes, I think I like that. Another Stanlerine under your belt.
I like Figlies more. Figlies is, money in the morning, money in the evening, money for breakfast, money crisp. He likes money. I suppose this was the smelly place for an important person. The issue with the tips is that you'd have to have already gone there, but we haven't really explored much. Was there an input thing on that? We found it. 2 more to go and something big happens, I think. Big. Business strategy. So I don't know what I want to do. Because I was going to originally go this way and do something else. Because there was that escape option, right?
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. What could it mean? Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly as possible, he didn't even have a single minute to just let the narrator talk.
We've heard it.
That kind of anxiety isn't healthy, so he relaxed for a few moments with some calming New Age music.
Okay, you're right.
Feeling soothed and rejuvenated, Stanley calmly walked forward into the opened passageway.
Another one.
Okay, I'm going back to the name of these little Stanley figurines, and now I'm torn between Stanlerines and Figlies. What do you think, Stan?
It's got to be Figlies.
What name better encapsulates the intrinsic sense of happiness that you get from seeing a small number in the corner of your screen go up by 1? Let me sit on it. I'm sure it will come to me.
All right. Now we've done this before, but instead of going to the mind control facility, or there is, well, hold on. Let's go back up for a second.
Whoops. Nope. Never mind. Stanley actually got back into the elevator and went back up. Silly me. Why did Stanley do that when he knew that it would just lead back to his boss's office? Well, that's a great question. I just can't wait to find out.
Maybe it doesn't. Maybe it doesn't. Maybe it doesn't lead back to the boss's office.
Here we are, Stanley. It's your boss's office. Exactly the way it was before you got onto the elevator. It's still just exactly what it is. What a decision you've made to come up here and look at the office again. This has fleshed out the plot of the story in new and fascinating ways I could have never anticipated. It's that keen eye for storytelling that you have, an incisive rapid fire of critical plot points, one after the other, weaving a rich tapestry of uncompromising narrative. Wow! I'm bolted to the edge of my seat.
That's a level of sarcasm you're likely to get smacked for, sir. But you're not wrong.
Incredible. Now he's getting back into the elevator and going down again. Ladies and gentlemen, how does he keep coming up with all of this?
What can I say, you know?
Surely this time Stanley will walk forward into the spooky corridor, won't he?
Did you think we were going to go forward down the spooky corridor? No.
Come on.
It's time once again to go back up in the elevator. I can't even begin to grapple with what might be up there. Is it the boss's office again? Or what if it's the boss's office this time?
It could
the
even be
suspense is killing me.
It could even be the boss's office, potentially. Like he didn't consider that. Am I shorter? Wait, the heck? This was not my perspective, I don't think. Am I shorter? Or is everything bigger? I don't know, I think I'm freaking myself out.
Oh my
Oh
God.
my god.
It's the boss's office. This absolutely changes everything for me. Give me a time out here for a minute while I process this. Okay, I'm ready. I'm prepared to embrace this stunning revelation and to move forward with... No, wait. No, I need more time to process.
I think that's the most sarcastic anyone has ever been. It's painfully sarcastic.
All right. I have fully come to terms with it. I have made space in my worldview for this astonishing new reality. As before, I turn to your expert eye for gripping narrative, Master Stanley.
Yes, of course. And as the master narrator, I shall go back down the elevator.
Of course. Going back down in the elevator. How did I not anticipate it? I mean, sure, now it's obvious, but you have to understand that 30 seconds ago, this kind of thing had never been attempted before. I had no frame of reference to even anticipate it. That's just how revelatory Stanley's decision-making is. A breath of fresh air in a landscape of storytelling that has grown stale and repetitive.
And here we are. What if I go up? He's not saying anything anymore. He's like, okay.
You know what? I've just thought of something. Hold on, let's stop for a moment. Don't you realize? It's the anticipation, Stanley. You and I, we have no way of knowing what will be at the top of this elevator. But the suspense, the agony of waiting and anticipating and having to guess, that's the real thrill.
Yeah.
Oh, I simply don't want to let that feeling go. It's so precious.
It could
so
be anything.
Fleeting.
Could be anything.
Why don't we take this elevator ride nice and slow?
I agree. Let's Let's really
There we
savor
go.
this.
Isn't this so much more exciting? You know, Stanley,
Way better.
it seems like nowadays the only thing that audiences want is to be shocked as loudly and frequently as possible. They want big, explosive moments flung right in their faces from the very moment that things get started. But where's the tension? Where's the trust in the audience to build a slow and nuanced appreciation for the story, the characters? Why aren't we given time to imagine the surprises? To have to think and to anticipate and then to marvel at the eventual reveal. This is storytelling, Stanley. What you and I are doing right now. This is the most exciting narrative to be developed in years, and it's really all because of you. You're the one who took this bold step of revisiting the exact same locations over and over. Truly, I mean it. This is unique and different. It's not like anything else out there. You see, I want stories that surprise me, Stanley. I want to have to think. I want to be engaged and not pandered to. We're being fed such unimaginative drivel all the time, and we all know it, which is why we're so starved for content that makes us feel sharp and vital and alive.
And
That's
this
why
is
people
it.
like you so much, Stanley. Because you're not afraid to spit in the face of tradition. You're a role model, you know? People look up to you. Which is why, though I didn't know when to spring this on you, but, well, I've gathered a little press conference for you. So that you can talk about your work and your storytelling and your life. Yes, I know you're not much for the public eye, but I thought it would especially mean a lot to the people who have been following you from the beginning. They really look up to you, Stanley. I don't know if you realize the impact you have on them. This is the kind of gesture that might leave a tremendous impact on them for the better. Oh, good, we're here.
Finally, I'm being recognized for
Okay,
my
the room where we're
storytelling.
holding the press conference should be just around the corner here somewhere.
Live on stage. All eyes on Stanley. Wow. World peace, baby.
Ah, yes, here it is, just through this door. All right, are you ready? I've told them you're going to speak a little bit about the nature of surprise in storytelling and what it means to craft a truly unpredictable narrative. Oh, don't worry, you'll do great. Just be yourself and speak from the heart. I'm really proud of you, Stanley.
This has
Okay,
gone from
it looks like they're
irony
ready
to
for
like,
you. Go get 'em.
is this is like advanced sarcasm. It's punishing me. It's punishing me for saying I'm like this amazing storyteller for going up and down an elevator. This is insane. The dude who came up with pizza, that guy was pretty smart. Wow. I did not think that would actually bring me back here. I thought it would just be a little funny. Wow. Okay. So that really makes me question like how many endings there are. I thought there were only like 5 or 6 or 7. So I had seen someone play this. And I thought, oh, I've already seen all the endings, but already I've gotten so much different things happening.
Stanley knew the office layout like the back of his hand. It was only a matter of time before he found the others, wherever they were. Just a matter of time.
One more input. There is something I really want to do though, and it involves the bucket.
The confusion and the chaos all seemed to melt away as Stanley embraced the bucket.
Yeah, it's good to have. It's good. You know what?
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
I agree. The bucket actually does have some intrinsic
This was not
property.
the correct way to the meeting room. But Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
I know
And
we've
here
done
it
this,
was.
but
Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
I need to take the bucket all the way to the end. 'cause
No,
Said the bucket.
it's calling
don't
me.
go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go. Good, said the bucket. Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk.
Well, sure,
But
this one
Stanley
can.
chose
This one
not to
talks all
think
the
about
time.
this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
Of course. The bucket and I have a rich history together. Why would I ignore
In
it?
here.
Said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Dark room. I don't see a dark room. Dark room over here. There's a light room. I'm gonna go into here, I guess. It's not very dark. Oh, in this dark room. Oh, that is a dark room.
Now pick up the phone.
Said the bucket.
Pick up the phone and it will take us back home, where we can go about life together.
Life
This
with the
is the
bucket.
sad story of a man named Stanley and his bucket. Once upon a time, I gave Stanley a bucket because I thought he was lonely and could use a friend. And then, very distressingly, he began to believe the bucket could speak to him.
This is how things go, you know, castaway. We all need a friend. Whether it's a bucket or a coconut or volleyball or whatever, you know. There it is. It's me, your bucket. Pretend to take me to work with you.
The Stanley Parable reassurance bucket was merely meant to provide the comforting glow of companionship. It doesn't literally talk and give you orders. Whatever Stanley is hearing the bucket say to him is just in his head.
Press B to take me back home with you. Okay,
Lately,
bucket.
I've been concerned about him. Wouldn't you be concerned as well? To see him delusional like this, obsessing over an inanimate metal object?
I'm so
I want to
happy.
say something to him, but I don't know how I can convince him. I don't know if he'll listen to me.
I'm so happy spending my life with my bucket. I wouldn't want anything else. Thank you for giving me this bucket and giving me my life partner and best friend.
Well, I'll try anyway. Stanley, can you hear me? Listen to me. It's just a bucket. It can't think. It can't talk. All it will ever truly do for you is effectively transfer a liquid from one location to a different location. That's it. It doesn't do anything else.
That's not true. We both know that's not true. It's done everything for me. I don't know who I'd be without my bucket. Don't listen to the loud man. Press C. Of course. Let's go home.
You see, he's not listening. He's still taking orders from the bucket. You know, once upon a time it was me he took orders from. Me he trusted and listened to. Now all he cares about is this awful bucket. This stupid hunk of metal.
Let's go, Bucket. He's being mean. Press G to ignore anyone in your life except for Bucket.
It's sad, but I suppose he doesn't need me anymore. From now on, he's just going to cling to this bucket, this cold, empty bucket, this sort of shiny bucket.
Somewhat shiny.
Well, I'll give it this. The bucket does have a nice shine to it.
Yeah, it's pleasant. You believe I'm real, don't you, Stanley? Press U to go back home.
Yes, I suppose on closer inspection that it doesn't quite look like your average hardware store bucket. It's just a little more, what am I trying to say? Sturdier, more capable of transporting liquid. Like it would be better at moving an amount of water from one room to another.
Oh, it would move any liquid, not even just water, any liquid, or even some solids, from one room to another, better than probably any other bucket could ever imagine doing. Press H to relive this same day with me over and over.
Oh my God, what am I saying? Better at carrying water from room to room. It's a bucket. It's literally just a bucket.
It's not just, it's
Why do
my
I feel
bucket.
some need to point out the ways in which it's so much more than just a regular bucket?
It has my sticker on it. It's a special bucket. Press H to go home, to work, to home, to work, to home, to work, to home.
Oh no. I'm having feelings for the bucket. No. What's going on? Why
It's
do I
only
want to
natural.
be with the bucket? Hear what the bucket has to say. Do anything it asks. What's wrong with me? I don't understand. Perhaps if I had the bucket, this would be less confusing. Yes. The bucket could tell me what to do in this troublesome situation. Stanley, give me the bucket. Give it to me. Give me the bucket, Stanley. I
mine.
need it. Give it to me now. Give it, or I'll...
Go back to work, Stanley. He took my bucket. Where's my bucket? Hold on.
How long was I sitting there? Stanley wondered to himself. Minutes? Days? Centuries? Did something crucial happen while my senses were turned? He made a note to be more careful with time from now on.
Figurine Finders Committee meeting today. Oh, my bucket's still here. Good. It is still here. I wonder if we should take it or not. I don't know. I did what I thought the bucket wanted of me, and we spent a life together. We spent a whole life together. I think that's good. I hate Mondays. Pardon me for a moment. I'm going to use the restroom. And I'm gonna... I just realized you couldn't hear me. I was gonna say, I'm gonna use the restroom, and while I'm away, I want you to just consider the bucket. You know, think about the bucket. In fact, can we go back? While I'm away, you can just sort of look at and appreciate the bucket. And that'll give you guidance and a sense of peace, and I'll be back. All right, we're back. Refreshed, washed my face, washed my hands. Feeling bright, feeling airy, aloof, and yet somehow also grounded. Let us continue our epic adventure.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Sure. You know what? Yeah, we still haven't done the escape, okay? Let's just speedrun this. Unless we see something interesting. Somewhere red and blue, large room with lots. We only have 2 more figurines. That's pretty good.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Okay, we're just gonna speedrun this.
Okay, I think we all know the drill by now. Blah, blah, blah. Dark secrets, the keypad. Stanley pushes some buttons. Oh, hey, look, it's a new passageway. Kill surprise.
Kill surprise. Yeah, okay, cool. I'm into that. I was saying we needed to speedrun it anyway. Let's go. Chop.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
This is it, everyone. This is how you get out of the game. This is how you win. This is how you actually win.
Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death.
It's just to scare you. This is how you get out of the game. This is the real escape. It says so.
The door behind him was not shut. Stanley still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track.
Should we turn around?
At this point, Stanley was making a conscious, concerted effort to walk forward and willingly confront his death.
Well...
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley was inched closer and closer to his demise, he reflected that his life had been of no consequence whatsoever. Stanley can't see the bigger picture. He doesn't know the real story, trapped forever in his narrow vision of what this world is. Perhaps his death was of no great loss, like plucking the eyeballs from a blind man. And so he resigned and willingly accepted this violent end to his brief and shallow life. Farewell, Stanley.
No!
"Farewell, Stanley," cried the narrator, as Stanley was led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, Stanley was obliterated as the machine crushed every bone in his body, killing him instantly.
Well, at least it was a quick death. Oh. Still alive. The Stanley Parable.
And yet it would be just a few minutes before Stanley would restart the game, back in his office, as alive as ever. What exactly did the narrator think he was going to accomplish? When every path you can walk has been created for you long in advance, death becomes meaningless,
This is my
making
office.
life the same. Do you see now? Do you see that
That's where
Stanley
the
was
bucket usually
already
is.
dead from the moment he hit start?
And here's where the two doors are that you make the left and right choice. Button sounds. The credits. Developed by Crows. 3 different crows. I don't think we've been to the maintenance room. In early development, we designed an ending where Stanley would end up on a battlefield fighting aliens. The action game would become sentient and would wage war against the narrator. You realize shortly after starting to build it that it was far too jokey and on the nose for the tone of the game. True. This game is very subtle and mysterious in that way. Plus, some people interpreted it as making fun of people who like shooters, which was not our intention. I wonder if them saying that is a dig at people who like shooters. Saying it wasn't. I'm not gonna. That's too many levels deep. Fun. It is fun. I do enjoy it. I do like seeing what happens. From Dink Dunk, subject gay. Are you gay? I mean it. Oh. These are emails from people. The lounge? Oh yeah, we love the lounge. Lounge is a good one. What is this? Apartment timer. Oh, I do wonder if we ever could have not picked the phone up. I always pick the phone up. We spent our whole life with the bucket. It was a beautiful, beautiful life. I don't know what this one is. Zending model. Not. Confused. pause screen. Countdown desk. The freedom ending. We got the freedom ending we got out there. Monitor room elevator. Interesting. Lots. Oh, there's my desk. Hold on, there's more? Whoa. From left to right, the evolution of Stanley's office over time. The first was created in 2011, second in March 2012, and third in February 2013. Oh, yes. Ah. Yes, this truly is my office. I recognize it. Wow.
Oh, look at these two. How they wish to destroy one another. How they wish to control one another. How they both wish to be free.
Do we turn it off?
Can you see? Can you see how much they need one another? No, perhaps not. Sometimes these things cannot be seen. But listen to
I see it.
You
I
can
see how
still
much.
save those two. You can stop the program before they both fail. Push escape and press quit. There's no other way to beat this game. As long as you move forward, you'll be walking someone else's path. Stop now and it'll be your only true choice. Whatever you do, choose it. Don't let time choose.
She's right. We need to make our choices for ourselves. We can't just be pushed down a path towards our death.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427.
We've heard it. I think we've heard it. The final input. Oh, no way. Welcome, Stanley, to heaven. The sequel is now paused. Is there one that sticks out to you? I think green is good, so we're gonna... This is just like this forever. And the voices are saying, push the buttons. They're saying, push the buttons, and I push the buttons. And I think it's just to make Stanley happy. He likes pushing buttons. That's his heaven. So, we're not gonna hit that. That's just whenever we wanna be happy. I don't know.
All of his co-workers were... Wait, no. This isn't the right office, is it? Is this Stanley's office?
What does he mean when he says that? I feel like we need the bucket.
Stanley picked up the bucket and smiled. He'd never be alone again, not truly alone, not with the bucket around.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
We still have to find 2 of these figlies. I think we got all the stickers we need, maybe.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Stanley and the bucket. Sure, let's try this. If we go up, what's above the boss's office? The elevator music said Stanley. It says my name. Oh. There's nothing. There's an up arrow in this elevator, right? Okay, fine, we'll go down. Whatever. What? I have a feeling you might wait in there a while and maybe you'll go somewhere, but whatever.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
The bucket. The bucket. Okay, I'm about to do an ending that I already know about, and it's a secret ending.
The elevator raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine.
So in the original game...
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
In the original game, there was a glitch where you could jump on like this chair or one of the chairs and get out of bounds, and you'd get stuck at the bottom of the level. Well, I happen to know that they made an actual ending and allow you to do it without having to glitch. They just allow it. And I want that ending, so let's enjoy it. It's just an enjoyable ending, so let's enjoy that.
But just as Stanley was about to proceed further into the mind control facility, he tripped and fell over the railing and into the dark void below. Thankfully, he fell directly onto the bucket, which safely cushioned his fall.
I hope the bucket's
Now,
okay.
what to do next, Stanley wondered. Stanley and the bucket could find no way out of this enormous pit, and so eventually they decided that the best thing to do would be to simply get comfortable down here.
Yeah, it's
So they set up a little couch and relaxed.
oh, there's my
It
bucket.
really wasn't so bad down here. A bit cold, perhaps. After some time had gone by, they installed a few shelves as well, and a sort of kitchenette that was useful for when the bucket was craving paninis.
Wow, we're very
But it wasn't
resourceful.
until the rugs and the standing lamps came in that it really started to feel like a home. In fact, after some time, Stanley realized that it had been ages since he had even thought of the mind control facility at all. He'd never gotten to fully explore what was up there, never been able to unearth the many mysteries of the mind control facility. This lack of closure began to eat at him. Soon he was dwelling on his regrets, and the state of their home slowly decayed as Stanley became withdrawn and neglected the cleaning. It unsettled the bucket deeply. Stanley wasn't usually like this. The bucket tried to reach out to him again and again, but to no avail. All Stanley could think about, all he could talk about, was going back, doing it over again, staying on the path. It was a mistake to leave the path. It was a mistake. It was a mistake. I need to do what the narrator says. I need to see the true ending. This made no sense at all to the bucket, which was simply trying to live its life down here as comfortably as possible. Yet Stanley was unconsolable. This isn't an ending. This is just a hole in the ground. The bucket sighed. True, it wasn't an ending. But it's where we happen to be. And maybe, possibly, if we accept the reality of things, maybe this will become an ending eventually. It's what the bucket was counting on. The two of them waited for a very long time.
That was not the ending I was looking for, and I think it's because we had...
Stanley had never seen the office this brightly lit. Was it a sign of something?
It is
He hoped it
brighter
was.
in here,
He
isn't
hoped
it?
very much that it was.
That was not the ending I wanted. Because I had the bucket, and that changed the ending. Because you didn't get to see the true glitch ending. Here we go. Here we go. This is what I wanted. This is the one I wanted.
Aha! You've made it to the bottom of the mind control facility. Welcome! You see, back when the Stanley Parable first launched in 2013, getting to the bottom of the mind control facility was a bug that we simply didn't catch during development. And you all sent us lots of photos of it on Twitter and acted very superior about it. And you're all very, very clever. Good for you. Anyway, when it came time to update the game, we knew that we had to do something about this little goof of ours. So here you go. New content. You can call it the bottom of the mind control room ending, if that enhances your perception of the value of these updates. Isn't that what you crave? New content? Always more content, more content, more. And I'm here to give it to you. I'm here to make it seem like we really covered every nook and cranny of the game with secrets and Easter eggs. How about this? We wrote a new piece of music just for this section. You won't hear it anywhere else in the game. It's a secret that's just for you. That's how special you are. We call this track, Good Job You've Made It to the Bottom of the Mind Control Facility. Well done.
It's a good name.
Good job, you did it. Good job. 3, 2, 1. Good job, you made it to the bottom of the mind control facility. You jumped on the catwalk. You should have been careful. You should have been careful. It used to be a bug, but now it's an ending. Now it's an ending. I believe in you. I believe in your ability to cross this barrier and chase your dreams. Railings don't mean anything. Good job, you did it. 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 Good job,
We did it.
you did it. Good job, you did it.
There you go. That's all I wanted. I just wanted to be told I did it. Okay.
Wait, Stanley thought to himself. Am I sure that the orders stopped coming in? How is that possible? They never stopped. Surely I was mistaken. No, the orders were still missing. For now.
We're getting more. Like there's more that's happening still. I wonder how much more there is to this game. I really don't know. Isaac thought to himself.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. The lounge was grand, majestic, perhaps too majestic. Like a combination of a much smaller version and a much larger version of this exact room. It all made Stanley uncomfortable, and he started to bleed a little. This made him smile.
Bleed?
At last, proof that he was human.
What? What? Believe?
Yes, really, really worth it being here. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
So there's somewhere we haven't been.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
If you remember.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time.
Oh, there's something over there as well.
Someone you've been neglecting, Stanley.
That's not where we're going right now.
Someone you've forgotten about. Please. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you?
Yes.
Why? I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your
A figly.
side. Give me a chance.
You're getting close now, Stanley. You've nearly gotten all of the figurines. Very soon, you'll collect the last one. And then the first number will equal the second number, and that will be it. We'll be different people by then. Different in the sense that we used to have none of them. And now we have them all.
Wow.
You can't go back to when you had no figurines. None of us can.
Oh, I cut him
Now
off.
listen carefully, this is important.
Okay.
Stanley walked through the red door.
Oh, wow, there's a whole nother decision. I'm glad I came down this way. There's a whole nother decision down this way. A whole nother forking path. He said he wanted to show us something. He said it was important, so let's...
Oh, thank God you are willing to listen to me. Do you see that I really have wanted you to be happy all this time?
You've lied so
The problem
much.
is all these choices. The two of us always trying to get somewhere that isn't here. Running
Wait, what?
and running and running, just the way you're doing right now.
It's
Don't you
a
see
square.
that it's killing us, Stanley? I wanted to
It's
stop.
just a square.
We would both be so much happier if we just stopped. And I think I have a solution. Here, let me show you. What do we want? What are we looking for? Here. Yes. Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it? If we just stay right here, right in this moment with this place, Stanley, I think I feel happy. I actually feel happy. No, wait. Where are you going?
I enjoyed it for quite some time. Should I go back to here?
Right. Where were we?
Yeah, I don't think...
Oh, no. Stay away from those stairs. If you hurt yourself, if you die, the game will reset. We'll lose all of this. Please, no, Stanley, let me stay here. Don't take this from me. Please, Stanley, think about what you're doing.
That it? Think about what I'm doing? I want to jump. I'll do it. I'll jump. Alright.
No! Oh, thank God.
I'm just injured.
No, what are you doing, Stanley? Please, I'm asking you not to take this away from me. I can't go back to what I was before. If you die, we'll both go back. Why are you doing this?
Because the story must go on. The end is never the end. Is never the end.
Stanley, let's
Oh,
go
my
back
legs.
to the other room. Can you do that, my God? Is this really how much you dislike my game? That you'll throw yourself from this platform over and over to be rid of it? You are literally willing to kill yourself to keep me from being happy.
If that's what it
Am I reading
takes.
the situation correctly?
You don't get to put me in a lighthouse show forever. I am in control. My destiny is my own, and I choose death. Oh God,
Maybe
my
you're
legs.
just getting a kick out of it. I don't know anymore.
My legs.
I just wanted us to get along. But I guess that was too much to ask. It looks like you wanted to make a choice after all. Well, this one is yours.
It's my choice. You can't lock me away in your little pleasurable room forever.
Is it over? It's going to restart, isn't it?
Yeah,
I'm going back.
it's okay. It's not the end. The end is never the end.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had
different?
simply missed a memo.
Is this different? Did that feel different? Something was different about that. Am I wrong?
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
We have to choose the blue
And here it
door.
was, the lounge. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
We have to choose the blue door.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not.
Has
I
that door
realize
always
that
been
investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you forgot. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance. Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door. Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door. I still don't think we're communicating properly. Stanley walked through the red door. All right, fine, go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's out there? You want to find out what lies at the end of this road you've chosen? Well, don't let me stop you. You see? There's nothing here. I haven't even finished building this section of the map because you were never supposed to be here in the first place. Broken rooms, exposed developer textures. Is this what you had wanted? Was it worth ruining the entire story I had written out specifically for you? Do you not think I put a lot of time into that? Because I did. And in the end, it was all for nothing. Because this is what you wanted to see. Help me here, Stanley. Help elucidate these strange and unknowable desires of yours. What would have made this game better? What did you want to see? Vehicles? Skill trees? Work with me. You've given me absolutely nothing so far.
Skill tree would
Tell
be
you what,
nice.
Let me take a stab in the dark at a new design, and you can give me some feedback. There we go. A third option. This already feels leaps ahead of where we were before.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Stanley. Take it for a spin.
Wow, a new door.
Okay, I'm going to stop you there. Now, tell me about your experience with this new version. Would you say that the game benefited from allowing you more choices? Feel free to be honest. I'm looking for some real critical feedback here.
I think it was a very good idea, and the execution may have been better, so I'll go with-
Okay, so we're getting somewhere. Clearly there's something here that speaks to you. If I can be honest here, I really don't have any idea where I'm going with this. This whole third door thing was just a stab in the dark. But I guess you're into it, so let's keep this party train rolling. Here, based on the data from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version. And to be perfectly candid, I think I've knocked it out of the park with this one. Let's take a look.
Cool. Ooh, a leaderboard. Did you know that 21.3% of players skipped the intro sequence? Only the worst 3% of players chose the blue door. How long does it take you to get to the correct door? Compete against others to improve your Stanley Parable career. This is you. You are objectively ranked last out of everyone. That can't be right. I'm never last. Oh, can I go back through the third door?
Now, would you say that competitive leaderboard helped you feel motivated to keep walking through doors? Again, honest answers, please.
It put me last, and I'm pretty good at games, so I feel like I'm gonna have to give you a 1, man. I'm sorry.
Hey, I nearly forgot. I've got a prototype of a new game I've been working on, and now would be a lovely opportunity to give it some play testing. You wouldn't mind taking a look at it, would you? Perfect. Let me boot it up. In this game, the baby crawls left towards danger. You click the button to move him back to the right, and if he reaches the fire, you fail. It's a very meaningful game, all about the desperation and tedium of endlessly confronting the demands of family life. I think the art world will really take notice. But of course, the message of the game only becomes clear once you've been playing it for about 4 hours. So why don't you give it 4 hours of play to make sure it's effective? Be sure to keep notes on your experience.
Oh my god.
You heartless bastard.
That's-
Did you do it because you hate babies or purely to spite me?
The sound
Because
effects
if it's
were
the latter,
horrible.
well, I don't know what to do. I'm completely out of ideas. I can't think of a single thing that might improve the experience for me. I'm not even going to try. I'm out, I'm done. It's over.
What?
Thank you for playing. Your input was extremely valuable. Oh, hey, since my game was so awful, why don't we play someone else's game, just to ease the pain? Let's see. What do we have here?
He said 4 hours. Imagine playing that for 4
Yes,
hours.
this seems like it'll work. Let's give it a shot. Aha! Fascinating. What do you think this game is about, Stanley? What's our backstory? What is our motivation?
Space Puffs.
Well, it seems obvious to me that you are meant to play as a creepy man spying on innocent civilians below you from up high in your creep tower, perhaps for some sort of twisted, erotic purpose. Yes, that must be it. What a fascinating venture into the experience of total mental depravity. So far, I love everything about this game, Stanley. And it seems there's even more. Come, let's venture outward and see what else is out there.
Don't tread on me. What's a mat? Hold on. Nothing? Oh, I thought there'd be like a secret Easter egg content.
Oh, no, it can't be. It is. It's an open world game. Good God, quickly, block it off. Oh, thank goodness, Stanley. What a close call.
Yeah,
You nearly wandered off into that thing. That big, open, just wandering around. No right or wrong directions. No path to follow. You can just go in any... Oh, thank heavens we avoided it. We're out of the woods now, Stanley. Okay, I'm going to get us out of here. Let's find another game. Preferably something with walls. Something with nice, big, insurmountable walls. Okay, I think this will be just the thing.
Rocket League.
Wonderful. See, this is exactly what I had in mind. Just a nice big box for you to run around in. There isn't any possibility that you could get lost here. Now this is game design. Stanley, if you manage to get lost in this game, I will be phenomenally impressed.
Where's the ball?
Okay, so what exactly do we do here? Let's see. There are lots of cars here in the back, but obviously there's no racetrack. Okay, I'm seeing that there's a ball of some kind back here. Is this game sports ball? Stanley, I think it's sports ball. Oh, what fun. We shall run the bases and do a touchdown together. Yes, I think surely we must. Okay, Stanley, here's the ball. Have fun.
I used to play this game. I used to like it. It's a good competitive game, but then people got too good at it after like a few months. And yeah, it just became...
Are you doing it? Are you winning? Is this fun? Is it better than my miserable little story? Hold on. What are you doing?
Stanley, don't do that. I can't follow you there. I can't help you. How will you write a story without me? You can't do it. You know that. Stanley, come back.
Just quiet at last. You can't follow us here. So peaceful. We can choose any door we want, and we won't get scolded for it. There's our office. Only it's not our office, it's different.
I wonder what he found. If what he wanted was to be the leading man in his own story, well, perhaps he's gotten it. Down in wherever he is right now. I wonder if he's happy with his choice, and if he's learned the heavy cost that comes with it. He'll understand soon what I was trying to tell him. He needs me. Someone who will wrap everything up at the end, to make sense out of the chaos and the fear and the confusion. That's who I am. That is what I mean to this world. Oh, yes. Yes, I'll be back. There's no other way. Once this ends, after it all comes to a close, then I'll be back. The end will be here soon. Very soon. I can wait.
He must have waited a long time. As we learned from the skip button, Stanley lives for like
all of his co-workers were gone.
Eternity, basically.
What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Each of these playthroughs is one eternity. Oh, I didn't know I could do that. Maybe I should have been turning the computers off this whole time.
No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
There's one place we have never gone.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay.
That's it? Okay. Just okay? That's it? I feel like the narrator's become somewhat
But
depressed.
eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
No.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
So there's this path here we never took. There's one path this way. But there's a figurine over here. Yeah.
And there it is, the last Stiggly Wiggly. Savor this moment, Stanley. This is a real accomplishment. This is doing something just for the sake of doing it.
Wow.
Where so many people expect to be rewarded for the most trivial achievements, you've insisted that a job well done is its own reward. I would tell you that I'm proud of you for collecting them all, but that would be like a reward, and we can't have that. So, instead I'll just say, it's done. We're all done here.
Finished.
And now we can go to whatever the hell you were doing before you hunted for figurines.
Figurines, not figurines. Okay. And there's this path over here.
Stanley had now gotten himself so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it's. You didn't think I was actually just a recording, did you? What a silly and trite explanation that would be. All the back and forth between you and me, all the absurd adventures we've been through, and it all
You're right.
turns out I'm just a tape recording?
No, of course
It
not.
was all just in Stanley's head. I bet that's the kind of twist you think is revelatory. I bet each and every time you watch a movie where it turns out all to be in the main character's imagination, you must absolutely bolt off the couch in pure shock at the phenomenal and intricate storytelling. It must be so simple to be you. Life being an unending waterfall of surprises and delights. How much more exciting you must find the world than the rest of us do. Now I've become sad. Look what you've done to me. This is all your fault.
My fault? What's happening? That's it? He did seem a bit depressed that time. Where's heaven? The heaven thing is gone from my computer. Heaven's gone. Whoa. This is what... The perspective's wrong. How's the perspective like that? Look at the perspective.
Stanley, I'm sorry, but I have to put a pause on things. It's those figurines. Those figglers. I haven't stopped thinking about them since you nabbed every last one. Wasn't it just the most intrinsically fulfilling moment of your entire life?
It was
Didn't
pretty
it
cool.
fill you to the brim with inner richness? Yes, I know we're supposed to be telling a story, but won't you please indulge me with one more trip back to the memory zone?
Oh, yeah.
I would love nothing more than to revisit the figurines. Just one more time.
It was pretty nice. Collecting them all. Remember the first one? And then the second one? And then the third one? The fourth? The fifth? And then eventually we had all of them, and we had finished it. And then we could move on with our lives finally. Zone, sweet zone. Back in the memory zone.
Here's where it all began. The first collectible. Back then, we had no idea of how many of them we'd find. Sure, it said 6 right there on the screen, but how could we know for certain?
True.
We were so innocent. We'll never be like that again, Stanley.
7 out of 6. Nice. This game, man, is... Oh my god. How many are there actually, though?
And here was a second Stanlerine. I'll be honest, back then I had no faith in you to find any of them, let alone 6. But you continue to surprise me in all sorts of mundane, unremarkable ways.
Oh, he blocked off the stairs.
Okay, let's do a little quiz. Which of these rooms was the room you found your third mini stand? Can
Oh, it
you
was
remember?
the bathroom. Of course I remember. How could I forget?
Hey, that's exactly right. It was here in the boss's bathroom. It was the third one. You picked it up, and then after that, you had 3 of them. I'm glad these moments are so crystal clear in your memory, but I shouldn't be surprised. After all, science tells us that it's impossible to forget your 3rd time doing anything.
I'm not so sure about
Let's
that.
see, what came next? Oh yes, we found a figly in this pink room. Oh well, I can't actually say I remember being in this room, but it's here in the memory zone, so it must have happened.
I think this is gaslighting. I mean, of course this happened. The pink room. Yeah, the pink room with the little music box playing inside the apple. And with the whispers. The apple whispering to me. Obviously. We all remember the pink room. How could one forget?
This was the 5th mini-Stan, and this one was really something special. It was by the red and blue doors. I remember it so clearly. In fact, because this one is particularly special to me, I made a little video to commemorate the occasion. Enjoy.
Oh my god. Oh my god. It's old school Windows Movie Maker. Oh my god. No way. It has the 12 FPS with the horribly compressed video file.
Takes you back, doesn't it? I spent a lot of time making that video, but it was 8 minutes I wouldn't have spent on anything else.
8 minutes. Reminds me of the old YouTube, man. Good days when you could just upload anything and people didn't scream at you in the comments for, just making videos you enjoy making. Doesn't matter what door we choose, they both lead in the same way.
And then, Stanley, we came to the last collectible, the final figurine, right here in the warehouse. This memory is the most distinct and clear in my mind, perhaps because it was the one that happened more recently than all the others. Who can truly say how the mind works? All I know is that this is the moment where you picked up a figly and I thought to myself, yes, that's all of them. They're all collected. It was a moment unlike any other. Except for the other moments picking up figurines, which it was exactly like.
I suppose. Although I would say it wasn't exactly like it. I mean, it had its differences. It was the last one. It was the one that gave you that complete feeling like you were done, and then you ruined it by making more.
And then there was no more. Because we've caught up to the present moment. Nothing left to do but move onward into the future. Goodbye, memory zone. No, I'm not done. I'm not ready to move on. Stop the loading screen. Isn't there some way we can stay here, keep enjoying these figurines? Let's just go backwards. We'll do the memory zone again from the opposite direction. See how that feels.
We are in the present. Let's notice the present moment.
Okay, yes, this spot in the warehouse. I remember this. I must say, of all the figurines we looked at in our initial tour of the memory zone, this one is the most distinct and clear in my mind. Let's keep going, I want more.
We're going back through the fucking figlies again.
And here's where I made that video. Don't you remember the video we watched?
It was good.
Yes, I love that video.
I liked it too. It was good. And the pink room that didn't exist.
Still don't remember the pink room, Stanley. Still no memory of this one. Good room, though. A solid room.
Yeah. The whispering in the apple's kind of off-putting, but otherwise...
These really were a treat to hunt down. You know, if there had been any kind of reward for finding all of these, it really would have muted the intrinsic joy of collecting them. I'm very glad we resisted the temptation. Next one.
What? We never went to the boss's office. And we can't anymore. I wonder what would have happened had we.
This was our second Figley. Don't you remember? Yes, I remember it too. The past is truly a wonderful thing. Why does anyone ever choose to leave it? Keep
17.
going.
We have 17 out of 6. We're almost...
This is it. The very
have them
first
all.
one we found in the exhibit where I introduced you to the figurines. Oh, I want more memories, Stanley. I want to keep going. What else is there? What came before this?
They're all trying to collect it, I realize now. I thought it was just kind of a cool thing, sort of like a Dark Souls looking thing, but I realize now they just all want the figurine and it's mine. Sucks to suck. Can you find them? Can you find them? Can you find them? Can you find them? Oh yeah, the collectibles. Where it all began with the jump circle.
Look, it's the terrible new content that we were originally sold on. I remember hating it back then, but time does put a rosy filter on everything. In fact, I dare say I'm actually quite fond of it now. Look how much fun the past is. I want more. More memories.
22 jumps remaining. Been using a few here and there, you know, when we find the circle. Just to remember how good it was.
Two doors! Who could have forgotten that? A classic memory, this one.
And this time, however, they both lead to one place, my office.
And before everything else, there was your office. Is there anything else? Was there something that came before your office?
I don't remember
There's something
anything.
I feel I can remember. I can remember. Yes, I'm remembering something now. I remember before this whole story got started. Back then I was different. I used to make big decisions. I was passionate. I was skeptical. I weighed each decision with profound thoughtfulness. And then somewhere along the way, I stopped making decisions. I became lazy, and I came up with a character named Stanley to do my thinking for me. He would make the decisions, he would decide which way to go. I would cheer him on as he collected figurines for no reason. Why did I invent Stanley? Was I lonely? Yes, perhaps that's it. Perhaps I needed to imagine I had companionship. And Stanley really did make for a wonderful companion, even if he was a fiction. But I suppose it's grown old. I want to think for myself again. I want to go back to how it used to be. Yes, I can be on my own again. I can do it. I'll be stronger this time. I'll take care of myself. I don't need Stanley anymore. Oh, but he truly was so much fun to play with. You know what? Since we're in the memory zone, how about one more good memory? Let's go back just once and give Stanley one more run of the office, and then I'll retire him for good.
Okay, one last
I did enjoy
run.
telling his story so very much. Okay, here we go.
I enjoyed listening.
This
It's a good
is
story.
the story of a man named Stanley.
It's a good story.
And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery... Oh, Stanley, you didn't just activate the controls, did you?
I did.
After they kept you enslaved all these years, you go and you try to take control of the machine for yourself. Is that what you wanted? Control? Oh, Stanley, I applaud your effort, I really do.
It's all I
But
ever
you need
wanted.
to understand, there's only so much that machine can do.
You were supposed to let it go, turn the controls off, and leave. If you want to throw my story off track, you're going to have to do much better than that. I'm afraid you don't have nearly the power you think you do. For example, and I believe you'll find this pertinent, Stanley suddenly realized he had just initiated the network's emergency detonation system. In the event that this machine is activated without proper DNA identification, nuclear detonators are set to explode, eliminating the entire complex. How long until detonation then? Let's say, 2 minutes. Now this is making things a little more fun, isn't it, Stanley? It's your time to shine. You are the star. It's your story now. Shape it to your heart's desires. This is much better than what I had in mind. What a shame we have so little time left to enjoy it. Mere moments until the bomb goes off. But what precious moments each one of them is.
I need to find
more time to talk about you, about me, where we're going. What all this means. I barely know where to start.
30 on.
What's that? You'd like to know where your co-workers are?
4.
A moment of solace before you're obliterated. All right, I'm in a good mood. You're gonna die anyway. I'll tell you exactly what happened to them.
Oh yeah,
I erased them. I turned off the machine. I set you free. Of course, that was merely in this instance of the story. Sometimes when I tell it, I simply let you sit there in your office forever, pushing buttons endlessly and then dying alone. Other times, I let the office sink into the ground, swallowing everyone inside, or I let it burn to a crisp. I have to say this, though, this version of events has been rather amusing. Watching you try to make sense of everything and take back the control wrested away from you, it's quite rich. I almost hate to see it go. But I'm sure whatever I come up with on the next go-around will be even better. My goodness, only 34 seconds left. But I'm enjoying this so much. You know what? To hell with it. I'm going to put some extra time on the clock. Why
thank
not?
you.
These are precious additional seconds, Stanley. Time doesn't grow on trees. Oh dear me, what's the matter, Stanley? Is it that you have no idea where you're going or what you're supposed to be doing right now? Or did you just assume when you saw that timer that something in this room was capable of turning it off?
I'm assuming.
I mean, look at you. Running from button to button, screen to screen, clicking on every little thing in this room. These numbered buttons, no, these colored ones. Or maybe this big red button, or this door. Everything, anything, something here will save me. Why would you think that, Stanley? That this video game can be beaten? Won? Solved? Do you have any idea what your purpose in this place is? Stanley, you're in for quite a disappointment. But here's a spoiler for you. That timer isn't a catalyst to keep the action moving along. It's just seconds ticking away to your death. You're only still playing instead of watching a cutscene because I want to watch you for every moment that you're powerless. To see you made humble. This is not a challenge. It's a tragedy. You wanted to control this world, that's fine. But I'm going to destroy it first, so you can't. Take a look at the clock, Stanley. That's 30 seconds you have left to struggle. 30 seconds until a big boom and then nothing. No ending here. Just you being blown to pieces.
Well, I may as well accept
it. Will you cling
it.
desperately to your frail life? Or will you let it go peacefully? Another choice. Make it count. Or don't. It's all the same to me. All a part of the joke. And believe me, I will be laughing at every second of your inevitable life from the moment we fade in until the moment I say, happily ever after.
Fuck, what an ass. We tried to take control, and he showed us that we weren't in control. Dang it. I really want to take control now, though.
The meeting room. Yes, that's where everyone would be. Stanley just needed to get to the meeting room, and from then on, he would never be alone ever again.
I'm never alone. I have my bucket if I ever feel lonely.
The good old bucket. Just Stanley and the bucket. Off on another thrilling adventure together.
Yeah.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest
and entered the door on his left.
So my thoughts are we could do the same thing we just did, but with the bucket. Somehow I feel like that could change things, but I don't know. Or we could there's a lot we can
This
still
was
do.
not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
We've never gone down here with the bucket. Oh, cutscene.
This is day number 295. Tape number... I don't even know. I've lost track. Nothing feels real anymore. The longer I study this bucket, the less sense anything makes. The sheer euphoria I feel every time I pick it up. No matter how many times I've done it, it's always the same feeling. And the emptiness in my chest when I set it down. It doesn't make sense. There's no explanation for it. I still haven't figured out why I see the world so differently when this bucket is in my arms. Why everything feels so... What do I do with this treasure? I can monetize it. Yes. It's unthinkable the amounts of money people will pay for even just an hour with the bucket. This is my golden ticket. But I have to be careful, because as soon as this gets out, there's going to be a target on my back. Even now, I don't know who might be trying to get... What's that? Who's there?
Oh.
Someone was following Stanley. He was sure of it. If he checked over his shoulder now, he would surely catch them. It was only a matter of time.
Someone's following me? Are they coming from my bucket?
Where are we going today? The bucket asked. Stanley just smiled. Anywhere they went together would be perfectly fine with him.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Okay, so I'm thinking we've done basically everything on that side with the bucket. I think. But maybe not. There is one thing we haven't
This
done.
was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back, and so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
I didn't even know this was here. I was gonna go this way. Because we've never cut through this way before. I thought it was just... I always avoided it because I thought, oh, it just goes back to the... But it... Oh. We should have probably done this without the bucket first.
Oh, good, Stanley. I'm glad you found your way here. I knew you'd find this place eventually. You see, your friends and I are concerned for you, Stanley. We've come together here because we care about you very much.
My friends.
It's this bucket you're carrying around everywhere. The bucket isn't even from the original Stanley Parable. It's just sequel content. We're the ones that matter, Stanley. Classic characters from the first game, like the Adventure Line and the Broom Closet. Because that's what fans want from a sequel. They want more of their favorite jokes, not this bucket that they've never seen before. Yes, I know I'm the one who gave you the bucket, but you're spending too much time with it. Don't you want another story involving the Adventure Line? We could make the Adventure Line go somewhere new. Yes, yes, that's what the fans want. Let's do it.
The Adventure Line?
Whee! Look at that wacky line. Who knows where it'll go off to next? Oh, and it played some silly music as well. Now this is what the Stanley Parable is all about. Don't you remember all those great jokes from the original dialogue?
Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
Yes, it's as classic now as it was back then. Let's do it for the fans, Stanley. Let's give them more content exactly like this. But if we want to do that, you're going to have to give something up.
I think we were supposed to do the Adventure Line
Don't you
first,
get it, Stanley?
without the bucket.
We need to get rid of the bucket. That's why I'm very proud to introduce a brand new character. This is the Bucket Destroyer. I think it'll make a wonderful new addition to the rich lore of the Stanley Parable. True,
Most
it also
evil
was not
machine.
in the original game, but it's such a well-fleshed-out character with so much personality that to me it already feels as though it's been part of the cast all along. Don't you agree?
I would never.
Can you guess what the Bucket Destroyer does? Surely you don't need me to spell it out for you. Go ahead now, Stanley. Say goodbye to the bucket, and then pop it into the machine when you're ready.
Yeah, no.
Now listen to me. It's crucial that you give it the bucket. I don't know what the Bucket Destroyer will do if it can't destroy your bucket. Destroying buckets is all it knows. That is its singular personality trait. Sure, I can hear you saying, how does a character with only one personality trait deserve to join the pantheon of beloved Stanley Parable characters? Well, you see, if you were to really explore the Bucket Destroyer, you would see that its desire to crush buckets is so densely loaded with complexity and nuance that it's really like 10 personality traits. What other object in this game can you even say that about? The Broom Closet? Certainly not. I wonder what sort of Bucket Destroyer merchandise the fans will be clamoring for after this. Okay, the Bucket Destroyer is getting very upset now. You'll have to hurry and feed it. We can't get back to the classic Stanley Parable characters like the Adventure Line or the Bucket Destroyer until you crush that damn bucket. Quickly now, the fans are waiting. Do it, the fans, Stanley. Give the fans what they want. Hurry and Bucket Destroyer, my prized creation. You had so much potential. We were going to do such marvelous things with you, tell such spellbinding stories about you. All of it squandered now. Goodbye, new friend. For the moment in time that you were here, you were magnificent.
No. There's nothing more evil than a Bucket Destroyer. Why would anyone want to destroy a bucket? Doesn't make sense. Okay. Let's try that again.
Wait, Stanley thought to himself. Am I sure that the orders stopped coming in? How is that possible? They never stopped. Surely I was mistaken.
We're just gonna
When
go.
Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Okay, here we go.
And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
He was
But
referencing
Stanley
things
didn't
that
want
we
to go
didn't
back
know.
to the office. He wanted to wander about and get even further off track. So now in order to get back, he needed to go, from here it's, left. Oh, no, it's to the right, my mistake.
That is infuriating. I hope he doesn't do that.
No,
again.
not the right. Why would I have ever said it was to the right? What was I thinking? It's clearly... Oh dear, would you hold on for a minute, please? Now, let's see. We went down right, left, down, left, right. Yep, okay, yes. I've got it now. This story is absolutely, definitely this way.
I genuinely didn't think he would actually do it twice. That's really... that genuinely upset me. If he does it again, I'm gonna flip.
No. This isn't right at all. You're not supposed to be here yet. This is all a spoiler. Quick, Stanley, close your eyes. Okay. We just have to get back to, who am I kidding?
34.
It's all rubbish now. The whole story completely unusable. How about, rather than waste my time trying to salvage this nonsense, we'll just restart the game from the beginning. And this time, suppose we don't wander so far off track, Okay, from the top.
No heaven here.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley
could it
decided to go to
mean?
the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
My bucket's... bucket. It's never not been here. My bucket's gone. No more bucket. More bucket. Does this look different slightly? Something is off. Oh.
When Stanley... Wait, what? No, I restarted. I swear, I definitely restarted the game over, completely fresh. Everything should be... Oh, did something change? Stanley, did you change anything when we were back in that room with all the monitors? Did you move the story somewhere, or... Hold on. Why am I asking you? I'm the one who wrote the story. It was right here just a minute ago. I know for sure that it's here somewhere. Okay, then. It's an adventure. Come, Stanley. Let's find the story.
Can I go this way? I would like to find the story over here, please. Thank you. I want to go this one. I want this one. Let me go to this story. Oh, does this connect to that? It does, actually, so I can go that way. That probably seems like the most interesting way, doesn't it? Yes.
I'll say it. This is the worst adventure I've ever been on. I can promise you there definitely was a story here before. Do we need to restart the game again? Well, I find it unlikely that we'll ever progress by starting over and over again, but it's got to be better than this. Okay, let's give it a shot. Why not?
I wonder if my bucket's
All of his
back.
co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Yeah, no bucket still. Bucket's gone. This is very upsetting to me. I think we're gonna need to rescue the bucket somehow.
Okay, yep, it's worse. I might be remembering this wrong. It's possible the story is back where we just came from. Why don't we go back the other direction and see if we missed anything?
That is a salient thought. Yeah, I missed a computer.
Aha! I knew we'd miss something. The story. Here it comes.
Oh, not the square room again.
No, wait. Never mind. Not the story. Okay, let's head back the other way and retrace our steps. Now this... Well, I'll be honest, I don't recognize this place at all.
That's pretty
Is
impressive.
this the story?
How it just
I don't think so.
did that.
I can't quite recall, but I believe my story took place in an office building. Is that correct? Do you remember, Stanley? Well, do you know what?
Everything's changing
Since
every
I've
time I walk
completely forgotten
somewhere,
what
it's
we
all
were
changing.
supposed to be doing, how about this? You win! Congratulations! I know you put in a lot of hard work, and it really paid off. So, good job.
Thank you.
Oh, no. No, I don't feel right about this at all. We both know you didn't put in any actual work for that win. Some people win fair and square, and this was not one of those situations. Okay? I'm getting weirded out by whatever this place is. I don't care what might happen this time. I have to restart.
Oh, here we go again.
All right, I've got a solution. This time, to make sure we don't get lost, I've employed the help of the Stanley Parable Adventure Line. Just follow the line. How simple is that?
Right. So we can either follow the line or not. I've never gone through this way, to be fair. It's quite interesting.
You see? The line knows where the story is. It's over in this direction. Onward, Stanley, to destiny. Though, here's a thought. Wouldn't wherever we end up be our destination, even if there's no story there? Or to put it another way, is the story of no destination still a story? Simply by the act of moving forward, are we implying a journey such that a destination is inevitably conjured into being via the very manifestation of the nature of life itself? Whoa.
No, I agree. I think I agree with
Weird
that.
back there? Well, I'd like to apologize. Not sure where I was going with all that. You know what? I think what we need right now is a bit of music to lighten the mood. Cut the music, go back and look at that fern. Stanley, this fern will be very important later in the story. Make sure you study it closely and remember it carefully.
Okay.
You won't want to miss anything.
I have a pretty good memory. Yeah, I think I got it. I think I have it.
Wait, what? We're back at the office? No. Line, you do know we're looking for the Stanley Parable, right? The story? Is any of this ringing a bell?
Nope.
Oh, no, not again, Line. How could you have done this to us? And after we trusted you, after everything we've been through, you... Oh, I can't take this anymore. To hell with it. Restart.
I miss Bucket.
You know what, Stanley? I say forget the adventure line. What's it ever done for us?
I agree.
We're intelligent people, right? Why can't we make up our own story? Something exciting, daring, mysterious. Ooh, this all sounds perfectly doable. Why don't we simply start wandering in, well, I don't know. How about this direction?
That's a change.
Now, yes, this is exciting. Just me and Stanley forging a new path, a new story. Well, it could be anything. What do you want our story to be? Go wild. Use your imagination. Whatever it might be, Stanley, I'm ready for it.
I mean...
Oh, no, not you again. Stanley, I'd also like to veto the line from having any role in our awesome new story. No lines or monitor rooms. Just don't acknowledge it, and we should be fine.
I mean, I have to follow it. Oh, there it goes. Up into the ceiling.
Ah, a choice. We get to make a decision. From here, the story is in our control.
I like
How
choices.
important we mustn't squander the opportunity. In fact, I believe I need a minute to think here. Just walk in circles for a minute. Okay, so I know that each door has to lead somewhere, which means that somewhere, the place where we're trying to go, there must be a reverse door that leads here. And that in turn means that our destination corresponds with the counter-inverted reverse door's origin. So starting from the right, let us ask, will taking the right door lead us to where we're going? And since the answer is clearly yes, then by all accounts, the door on the right is the correct one. Another victory for logic. Come, Stanley, our destiny awaits.
So, he gets the choice. We didn't get the choice.
Oh, hold up, what's this? The confusion ending. You're telling me that's what this is? It's all one giant ending? And we're supposed to restart the game, what, eight times? That's really how all this goes? It's all determined? So now, according to the schedule, I restart again. Then what? Am I just supposed to forget? Well, what if I don't want to forget? My mind goes blank simply because it's written here on this thing, wall. Well, who consulted me? Why don't I get to decide? Why don't I get a say in all of this? Is it really? No, it can't be. I don't want it to be. I don't want the game to keep restarting. I don't want to forget what's going on. I don't want to be trapped like this. I won't restart the game. I won't do it. I won't do it. I won't do it. And the timer stopped? Does that mean, did we do it? Did we break the cycle? The, whatever it is that made this schedule? How would we even know? Will someone come for us? Will something happen? So, okay. I guess now we just wait. You know, I suppose in some way that this is a kind of story, wouldn't you agree? I'm not quite sure if we're in the destination or the journey, though they're always saying that life is about the journey and not the destination. So I hope that's where we are right now. We'll find out, won't we? Eventually. Well, in the meantime, if you...
Good gracious. Alright, looks like we're back without the line.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
You know, we should go to the meeting. Okay, Bucket is back. We should go to the meeting room, actually. Maybe with
A good bucket, a strong bucket, a humble bucket, a
Humble
committed
bucket.
bucket, a bucket of culture and distinction.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Because I wonder what the meeting room will have. Because last time it had the figurine things.
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers.
Reboot the game entirely. Hold on. I'm rebooting. Have to see what happens. Okay, here we go. Developed by Crows. Oh god. I have to do this again? $139. Boom. Hang on. Before we get started, can I just say something? Thank you for actually setting the clock both times you booted the game. A lot of people don't take that step seriously. They just leave the clock set at 12 and they call it a day. But you're actually taking the time to set the clock, and I appreciate that. That's how I know that you care about this experience. You're paying attention. I don't even have any way of knowing if the times you're setting are correct. Yes, you do. Computers these days, especially on the internet, you know exactly what time it is. Since you've been cooperative, next time you boot up the game and see the screen, just set the clock to your favorite time. Go ahead, pick whichever time you want. Even if it's not the correct time, you've earned it. Thank you. I'll hold on to that one. I'll keep that one in the bank. Let you get back to the video game now. Alright, let's play the Stanley Parable 2.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 4.
Okay, this is all the same. It's all the same. So, quit the game and then start it again. Okay? So it recognized that we did that, and now the question is, what has that done? And is there anything else I can do? I've done...
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
The embrace of an old friend, a weathered companionship that stands the test of time.
Okay, so we haven't gone to the mind control facility with the bucket. We could escape with the bucket. That's something we've never
Stanley
done.
clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
We could both go to the mind control facility and shut it off with the bucket, or escape with the bucket. I'm not sure
Still
which.
no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever.
This is all turned
Perhaps
back
his
to...
boss's office was where he'd find answers.
Stanley, we must move on from this broom closet, simply because I have no remaining stickers. If I did, you can guarantee we'd be in here for hours. But
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Let's just do this. I don't know how much else there is.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Do we escape with the bucket?
The
Or do we
elevator raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine.
Well, of course. I mean, I know that.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley and the bucket would both meet a violent death. The door behind them was not shut. Stanley and the bucket still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley and the bucket were knowingly walking forward into a very painful death for each of them.
We're gonna get out of here finally. We're getting out of here.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley and the bucket inched closer to their demise, Stanley reflected on how meaningless the bucket's warmth and comfort had turned out to be. To be sure, it puts the mind and the soul at ease to embrace the bucket, but what use is a sense of ease when you're about to be crushed to death? This is what Stanley thought to himself.
and he sort of kicked himself for wasting so much time carrying a bucket everywhere. Farewell, Stanley.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley and the bucket were led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, the bucket's life came to an end, as it was crushed violently to death. It was a shame, the death of such a magnificent bucket. It's true that all buckets are radiant in their own way, but this one stood above the rest.
It's true.
It was a glorious bucket to behold.
Oh no, they took my bucket. I guess it's dead. The bucket welcomes you to the grand exhibit. You are standing at the precipice of knowledge, much like a bucket itself. The human mind is frequently empty within, a cavernous void, but through use of the exhibit in front of you, the mind becomes full and enriched, substantiated. Knowledge of the bucket and its history is the only true knowledge we really have. Will you take what you learn here out with you into the world? Will you accept with an open mind what may be challenging about the information in this exhibit? Will you change the lives of yourself and your loved ones as a result of this exhibit? Or will you turn a blind eye and continue to live as you were, in ignorance and darkness? I'm stuck. Why am I stuck? I clicked away to look at something on a different screen, and now I'm stuck. Hold on one second. I'm genuinely... Oh. Why doesn't... Hold on. I may have actually genuinely bugged the game. Is this... This can't possibly be... Oh my god, no, I actually bugged the game. My computer is... Oh no, I hope I don't lose my... My computer might crash, actually, because I just hit Control-Alt-Delete several times, and nothing has come up. And if the problem is, if this is one long recording, if this gets corrupted, oh no, I can't use the arrow keys. The only way I can move is with the mouse.
Can you see how arrogant it was for Stanley to take a bucket like this and to claim it for his own? Can you see the hubris that blinded him? Can you see that the bucket is far more noble than Stanley will ever be in his short life?
I mean, as true as that is, I'm genuinely concerned that I can't even Control-Alt-Delete right now. Like, how is the game even preventing that? I'm afraid I'm gonna like blue screen or something. This is definitely a bug, not intended. There's no way they would intentionally disable, like, Control-Alt-Delete. I was going to just explore this place, but I kind of want to get through this so I can force quit the program and fix my computer, because at the moment I'm worried it could crash my computer. Inferno bucket. No one can control a bucket. Billions died over this bucket. Wow. This is it. It's a replica, of course. If it were the real thing, we would be so infatuated we'd never leave without it. Can I pick that up, actually? I can still click in the game. I cannot move, use arrow keys or anything. Cave drawing. We know that buckets predate the existence of mankind. We do not know by how long. This cave drawing depicts early man's discovery of the practical uses of the bucket, by which time the bucket had already likely been around for several millennia. Notice in these drawings how the bucket is allowing itself to be used, having judged humanity to be worthy of its treasures. Wow. Look at all the uses they have for it.
No man can own a bucket, and certainly not a bucket as dazzling to behold as this one. It is man who should kneel before the bucket.
This piece symbolizes the necessary relationship between bucket and humanity. However clear our grasp of the bucket may be, there is yet more that is always out of reach. This distance inevitably is for our own good.
But there is something we can do. Something we can do together, you and I, that will right this terrible wrong. Let Stanley die. Let him be crushed by the machine. Don't reset the game. Don't give him another opportunity to run off with another beautiful bucket. We can save the world's buckets from their treatment as tools and implements if only we let Stanley die together. The bucket shall take its place as ruler, as leader, as commander of a new world, a new vision
I agree. It's time to allow the bucket to have its own story, its own freedom. Please let me use my keyboard. Oh no. Yeah, no, so like this is like genuinely a bug, unlike anything I've ever seen before. Oh, I fixed it. Oh, glorious days. We're not gonna crash. Let's escape into the world with the bucket this time.
Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind. No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control. Never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket.
That's how it's always been, to be fair.
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power. But at the last second, the bucket jumped in and pressed the button to turn on the controls. Stanley gasped in horror. Had this been the bucket's plan all along? To take over the machine and claim the power for itself? How could the bucket have betrayed him like this? Stanley was prepared to throw the bucket away in disgust when suddenly an image appeared upon the enormous screen. Birds.
Silly birds.
Silly birds. The control buttons became active again.
What the fuck? What the fuck? What do I guess these are... I mean, this is like an eagle, and this is like a swallow. I think these are more similar to swallow, so
Stanley flipped through one video of silly birds after another, and then it dawned on him. This wasn't a mind control facility at all. It was a facility for monitoring and surveilling silly birds all over the world. The mind controls were only a facade to disguise its true intentions. Had the bucket known this all along? Stanley marveled at the metal genius in his hands, the one who had pointed him towards this incredible discovery. Stanley and the bucket never found freedom because they spent the rest of their lives here in this place, flipping through live streams of the silliest birds imaginable. Of all the possible paths his life could have taken, this one was surely the best. And Stanley was happy.
I do like this. I think I've seen them all. I think I've seen all the birds. Okay. Yeah, well, I'd say that was pretty good, you know.
Terrible power over another human life. For he and the bucket would dismantle the controls for good. Two best friends, Stanley and the bucket, up against the world.
Yes.
They high-fived in a really cool way, and the bucket made a sassy comment about taking down the system.
Right on, bucket. Let's do it.
Stanley and the bucket waited in blackness. Was it over? Yes, they had done it. Stanley and the bucket had defeated their greatest and darkest enemy, freed themselves from the tyrannical grip of the evil mind control machine. Freedom was now mere moments away. Excitedly, the two of them began to discuss the kind of life they wanted to live once they stepped through this massive door.
We're gonna have
The
bucket
bucket wanted to
kids.
learn to roller skate. Stanley wanted to sneeze in every country on Earth. Both of them wanted to begin watching a movie, any movie, but then stop it halfway through and begin watching it in reverse from the end. True, it was a simple life they envisioned, but it was one they'd lived together, with one another to lean on, to trust, to support. What? Wait. What was happening? Why had the door stopped? Was Stanley and the bucket not about to be freed? An unbearable silence filled the room, lingering in uncertainty, until finally the truth hit Stanley square in the face. This building did not want the bucket to leave. Even the facility itself recognized the incredible calming presence of the bucket, needed the soothing warmth of the bucket, would go to any lengths not to part with the bucket. No. Stanley can't leave this place. Not while he has such a precious bucket in his arms. Not while this building has anything to say about it. Stanley realized he would never again leave this very room. But at least he has the bucket. To be trapped eternally in darkness isn't really so bad, Stanley thought to himself. As long as I have my bucket with me, right? I'll be okay, won't I? Stanley gulped. Very soon now, he was about to find out.
As long as I had my bucket, I think it should be fine. I think that was a good ending, because I got to be with the bucket forever.
All of this?
Now pick up the phone,
Said the bucket.
pick up the phone, and it will take us back home, where we can go about life together.
Just seeing if anything happens if we don't pick up the phone.
Whoa! Hold on.
pulled
Why
the cord
did you
on it.
unplug the phone? Were you trying to resist the bucket's orders? Stanley, I was joking. Obviously, the bucket isn't talking to you and telling you to do things. Buckets can't talk. It was a joke. Don't you get the joke? It's funny, Stanley. A talking bucket. Can't you see? Oh, goodness. I must have really bungled up the delivery if you actually took me seriously.
I thought it
Where
was
did I
talking
mess up
this
the
whole
joke?
time.
Should I have paused for longer or spoken quicker? Comedic timing is so difficult. I wish I were better at it, but there isn't exactly an instructional video on comedy that one can watch to fully... Oh, wait, yes, there is. It's sitting right here. Let's take a look.
Huh?
What is comedic timing? What is comedic timing? How does it work? How long should it last? How can it be used to effectively silence your political enemies? And more importantly, can it be taught in its entirety within 90 seconds? Thankfully, the answer to all of these questions is yes.
Good.
Let's
Good.
dive deeper. If you've ever told a joke or made someone laugh, in all likelihood, you did it while standing 50 to 80 centimeters from them in a room of no more than 76 degrees Fahrenheit, with one of your arms raised straight upward at a 15-degree angle from your body. These are the optimal conditions for good comedic timing. To begin the joke, start by stating and spelling your name. Next, provide a brief synopsis of the joke, including the specific times at which the recipient of the joke will laugh, and then spell out your name a second time. With these steps complete, it's time to begin the humor. Speak the entire joke in no more than 18 seconds and no less than 13 and a half, pausing only for bathroom breaks when necessary. When the joke has concluded, it is customary to inform your listener that the joke is over by declaring in your loudest possible voice, "I'm Dunny with the funny." Let's practice screaming, "I'm Dunny with the funny" now.
I refuse that.
Good.
Not a chance.
This saying is a perfect example of expectations management, which is the cornerstone of good comedy. Finally, it's time to hand out surveys. Collecting hard data from your audience on how rapt they were throughout the joke is the only way to grow or learn as a comedian. An effective survey should be no less than 10 pages long and should include the same question reprinted several times, just to ensure the survey taker is actually paying attention and not simply filling in answers at random. And that's all there is. With these strategies at your disposal, you'll have audiences doubled over in laughter and even tripled over in laughter in no time at all. Just remember to let them stop laughing at some point, you gut-busting little scamp. After all, we're each of us needed on the front lines of the war to fight the 12-legged invader who threaten our very existence, and to very likely die in a hailstorm of bullets and mandibles. All of us must be prepared to give our lives to this noble cause, just as our children must do after us, and their children after them. Godspeed, and may Earth reign supreme.
I completely blanked out like halfway through that.
Hey, goodness, this video is a little outdated, isn't it? Well, no matter. I think the fundamentals of proper comedic timing are still as relevant today as they were back then. So with that in mind, I believe the only way forward is for us to return to the two doors and walk through all of this again, so I can try telling my story with more appropriate comedic delivery. Come along, let's head back.
Oh, here we go.
I can feel it. This time, I'm really going to nail the delivery. You'll be in stitches. A talking bucket, you'll say? How ridiculous. How absurd. What a hilarious concept. The king of comedy. That's what you'll call me. Thank goodness we had the instructional video. Otherwise, who knows where we'd be right now. Well, I wouldn't be the king of comedy, that's for sure. The bucket spoke to Stanley.
The bucket spoke.
The bucket spoke. Oh, I'll figure it out on the fly. No need to overthink things.
We've never gone back into the office. All the way back.
Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of two open doors, they entered the door on the left. What? We're back at the phone already? No, what's going on? There were supposed to be several rooms leading up to this. There was supposed to be a build-up to this point, a dramatic display of remarkable comedic wit which culminates in this scene with the phone. But now the timing's completely off. The joke will never land, or not the way it was meant to. And it's all my fault. I must have forgotten that the phone room comes immediately after the two doors room. What an egregious mistake. I've made a fool of myself. I don't deserve the title of King of Comedy. I'm nothing. I'm not even the lowliest joke-telling whelp. I think I need to go back and rewatch that instructional video again.
Oh God, please don't make me watch
Surely
that again.
that will help me improve my... Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of two open doors, they entered the door on the left.
Do I go back through this one again?
What? We're back at the phone already? No. Here we go. You ready?
Okay, I get it.
When
I'm
Stanley and the
supposed to go
bucket
to
came
the
to a set of
left.
two open doors, they entered the door on the left. No. You were supposed to go through the door on the right, leading back to the phone. Did you not even look at the instructional video? I think this is all covered very clearly. There's no way I can make the comedic timing work now. It's done. The joke is completely done and over. It's all your fault, Stanley. I'm going to be ridiculed in the community of other joke writers. I'm going to be shamed at every one of our meetings from now on. All because you couldn't watch a simple video and take a hint. Are you proud of yourself for bringing me down, Stanley? Are you proud?
Stanley, you love the bucket so much it's like you... it's as though all of your other most prized possessions pale in comparison. Yes. Let me try that again, Stanley. I heard that you are pale with shame over how unabashedly in love with a bucket you are. No? Still not? Is it the delivery? Pale with shame. Pale with shame. Pale... What's another word to describe a bucket?
Is this the actual ending?
This bucket is so metal. I think I saw it playing guitar. No. We're getting away from making fun of Stanley's obsession with the bucket, which was the whole point of this. I'm no good at these jokes.
I don't know when it's actually the end.
Videos.
The end is never the end?
That's what will make me the king of comedy again. More instruction.
Sorry, Leroy.
Let's see.
We need to unplug the phone without what? I was just gonna go and just do a normal run and unplug the phone without the bucket.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Stanley felt lightheaded, butterflies in his stomach, giddy in a way he had never known before. Was it this room? A connection between the two? Could a man love a room? I mean, truly, deeply, madly love.
I don't think so. I think I'm gonna
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
We gotta unplug the phone without the bucket.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't 5 years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me. I'm asking, this is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself. To put your work aside. To let her back into your life.
There is no her.
She's been waiting.
Yeah. I know.
That's her, Stanley. Oh, no, you can't. Did you just unplug the phone?
Damn right.
Now, that wasn't supposed to be a choice. How did you do that? You actually chose incorrectly? I didn't even know that was possible. Let me double check. No, it's definitely here, clear as day. Stanley picks up the phone. He's taken to his apartment where he finds his wife, and the two pledge themselves to one another. Music comes in, fade to white, roll credits. Not picking up the phone is actually somehow an incorrect course of action. How is that even possible? None of these decisions were supposed to mean anything. I don't understand. How on earth are you making meaningful choices? What did you... Wait a second. Did I just see... No, that's not possible. I can't believe it. How had I not noticed it sooner? You're not Stanley. You're a real person. I can't believe I was so mistaken. This is why you've been able to make correct and incorrect choices. And to think I've been letting you run around in this game for so long. If you'd made any more wrong choices, you might have negated it entirely. It's as though you completely ignored even the most basic safety protocol for real-world decision-making. Or did you not grasp the severity of the situation? Well, I won't have that kind of risk on my watch. I'm going to stop the game for a moment so we can educate you properly on safe decision-making in the real world. Please observe this helpful instructional video.
Choice. It's the best part of being a real person. But if used incorrectly, can also be the most dangerous. For example, in this scenario, a hypothetical real person named Rupert has a choice. He could invent a machine that eliminates food shortages across the world to make life better for all people. Or he could spend years of hard work forgetting how to read. Which choice would you make? Remember that unlike here, the real world makes sense, and at no time should you make a choice that does not conform to rational logic. If you find yourself speaking with a person who does not make sense, in all likelihood, that person is not real. Allow the person to finish their thought, Then provide an excuse why you cannot continue talking. Turn to a partner and practice saying, "My goodness, is it 4:30? I'm supposed to be having a back, sack, and crack." Excellent. Making choices on a regular basis is the best part to a healthy decision-making process. Most medical professionals recommend making at least 8 choices per day. Do you make more than 8? Less? And finally, if you begin to wonder if your choices are actually meaningful and whether you'll ever make a significant contribution to the world, just remember that in the vast infiniteness of space, your thoughts and problems are materially insignificant, and the feeling should subside. At this time, your instructor will guide you in an exercise to test and reinforce the material covered in this video.
Welcome back. You may have noticed that this room has begun to deteriorate as a result of narrative contradiction. But not to worry. Now that you're properly informed on good decision-making, we're going to revisit a choice you made just a few minutes ago and see what the correct thing to do would have been. This way, please.
All right, here we go again. Back on the left. Again. We've never gone through this door, and I would really like to, but I don't know how to.
Now that we know your choices are meaningful, we can't have you jumping off the platform and dying. Imagine the main character dying senselessly halfway through the story. That story would make no sense at all.
No, that'd be crazy.
We just need to get you home as soon as possible before the narrative contradiction gets any worse. Unfortunately, it seems this place is not well equipped to deal with reality.
Sometimes I feel like I'm not well equipped to deal with reality either. I don't feel like I'm making a choice here. I feel like I'm being led.
Almost there. You'll take the door on the left, back to the correct ending, the story will have resolution once again, and you'll be home free in the real world. Now remember, all you need to do is behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back in the other direction. Perhaps we're not too late.
Quickly, huh? I'll go as fast as I can.
Oh, it's ruined. I can't believe, after everything we talked about, that my story, you've destroyed my work. Why? For what? What did you get out of that? What did you think was so special about seeing the game undone, left here like so much garbage? It's worthless now. And what am I supposed to do? Even if there were a way to continue, would it be worth it? To know that my story is now incorrect? How can I go back to that? I can't erase that knowledge. I'll have to live with it forever, reliving its impossibility forever. I couldn't live that way. Is it better to shut the game down entirely? To willingly destroy all of my work? I don't know.
Maybe.
What's the answer? What do I do? What do I do? What do I... No, I have to. I have to shut the game down. I have to. I have to. Thought you were so clever. Now look where we are. My entire game is destroyed. It was the only thing in the world that was mine, and you've run it into the ground. What, did you think that would be funny? You just had to see? Didn't I impress upon you how important it was to be like Stanley? He actually knows how to do what I tell him to. He understands that if I say to do something, there's a damn good reason for it. That thought hadn't even occurred to you, had it? That there's a world outside of you?
You're a child. Oh, my story. If you'd just gone through the door on the left, you would have seen it. There was a whole underground facility. You would have destroyed it and been victorious. It would have been so perfect. I worked so hard on it. I tried so hard to make... Misbehave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back. Misbehave exactly as Stanley would.
I'm so
that
confused.
Means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first.
Okay.
I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right.
Yes.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
I feel like I've chosen...
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
What?
Stepping inside his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this, until he saw the door with a voice receiver next to it. Surely behind this door lay all the answers to his questions. And beyond all probability, he knew the passcode. He had seen it on his boss's computer just last week. Night Shark 115. Was this the code to open the door? Would it still work? There was only one way to find out. Stanley had been trained never to speak up, but now he would draw from within himself the courage to face the unknown. He drew a sharp breath and then spoke the code.
How?
Stanley spoke the code. Night Shark 115. He spoke it into the receiver, right there on the wall.
Night Shark 115? No, it's not listening to me.
I'm sorry, is there a problem? You didn't mishear me, did you? Please speak the code into the receiver. Otherwise, we can't get on with the story. This is a crucial step. Okay, fine, you're not going to do it, but you know what? It's pretty humiliating to bring you this far, only for you to suddenly decide you have better things to do. I asked you for this one single thing, for your respect. The kind of respect Stanley shows for his choices. He knows what it means to take a story seriously. If you didn't want to see what I had to show you, then why did you come here? You had a choice, you know. You could have gone through the door on the right. You could have done whatever the hell you wanted over there. Why did you come this way? Speak. Say something to me. Explain yourself, you coward. You...
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Stanley? Hello? Are you... Is everything okay? Stanley, please. I need you to make a choice.
The end.
I need you to walk through the door.
Again.
Are you listening to me?
More credits.
Can you hear me? Is everything all right? Stanley, this is important. The story needs you. It needs you to make a decision. It cannot exist without you. Do you understand me? Whatever choice you make is just fine. They're both correct. You cannot be wrong here. We can work together. I'll accept whatever you do. I simply need you to take that step forward, please. Choose. Do something. Anything. This is more important than you can ever know. I need this. The story needs it. So, you hear me? Are you there? Are you listening to this? Stanley, are you there? Okay. It's okay, I can wait. You need time to decide. Time to make sure your choice is correct. That is the best choice. That's all right. I'll wait for you to decide what's the right thing to do. Take as much time as you need.
Alright, I'm booting the game up one final time. I think we've done basically everything. There's certainly some things that we haven't, but I think everything like in the main story we've done. I was told I get to set it to whatever time I want. I think the best time is 3:24 in the morning. And that's because everyone's always asleep at this time, and so the world is very quiet. The air is more pure because people aren't driving. The streets are empty. Just a nice time. Your favorite time of day, indeed. Or she simply not resist giving me the correct time again. After all, I know how much you enjoy setting the time correctly. Okay, now I'm curious how accurate 3:24 is. Let's use another slider to find out. It is pretty inaccurate. I feel like I'm learning more about you and how you like things to be set. It's good to collect data. I wish we had more sliders, but we've gone through all the sliders I have. Perhaps I can invent new sliders to gather new data on you. Shouldn't be too hard. Yeah, let me whip up a couple new ones. Should be ready by the next time you boot up the game. Am I gonna have to boot up the game again? Okay. I like it. It's very, very meta. The computer is barely visible. Okay, just go there. Dog and the cat are friends. Somewhere friends, not lovers, friends. So like somewhere around here. That's close enough where a cat would scratch you if you weren't its friend. Number 5 becomes the number 9. Adjust the slider until you stop adjusting the slider. About there. 2 made-up words below is the most appealing to you. Occuboinkle or scrumptious. Oh, yeah, scrumptious. Please don't adjust the slider, okay? Do you know what time it is right now? Yes. Is it the time that it is right now? Is the time that it is right now the correct time? Yes. What is time anyway? Yes. Is there anything about yourself that you haven't told me? Yes. Help. No. There's no maybe. Yeah, sure, I'll come back. So let's quit again, and we'll come back to visit the slider boy. We promised. What time is it? Okay, I'll give him the right time. Does anyone really truly know? Of course they don't. Nobody knows anything. You and I don't even know each other. We're like strangers. Sure, I've adjusted all the game settings to your exact specifications, but who hasn't? It's just what I do, like a day job. And now the job is over. There's no more information for me to gather. I've collected all the data on you that I can. And I still don't really know you. And you don't know me. neither of us know what time it is. I guess some settings are just unsettable. But if I'm being totally honest, the clock doesn't do anything in the game anyway. You won't have me here when the game starts next time, but that's okay. Video games were meant to be played alone. You like being alone, don't you? That's fine. Maybe the only information I really learned about you. That's maybe the only information I really learned about you. Well, it's time for me to leave. There's still one more setting that we need to adjust, but it may take a little time before I'm ready for that. It's not really in my job description, but that's okay. Perhaps you'll see me again if you can find me. Talk soon. Bye-bye. See you soon. Ah! The epilogue. Okay, let's do the epilogue. Oh, I'm fading. I think this is the end, though. I think this is the actual end. So, let's do it. Many, many years later. Oh yes, I remember this. Right. Yes, indeed. Oh, wait. There's actually a place to go in this one. I wonder if we'll make it there. The Stanley Parable, it's in there. It's got a generator. It's somehow still running after all these years. In loving memory. Is this the end? Is this truly the end? Is this how it all ends? Cookie 9! Remember Cookie 9, the guy who gave a bad review? Like so many, I enjoyed my time with the original Stanley Parable, which underscores how truly disappointed I am with its sequel. Where the first game teemed with originality, the Stanley Parable 2 is dull, uninspired, and often insulting to its fan base. Rather than expand on what made the first game enjoyable, the sequel veers off into territory nobody asked for. An infinitely deep hole, who cares? Where are the new endings? What about enjoyable bits from the Stanley Parable 1, like the adventure line? Instead, we get an uninspired side quest collecting figurines. Even this diversion feels incomplete. Collecting all the figurines gives you nothing. I must say, though, I found the bucket to be quite comforting, a welcome reprieve. No more sequels. It's talking about its release and how everyone didn't like it. Wait. What are these?
Jim.
Oh.
Jim,
Remember that? Remember when it was Jim?
Jim.
Oh, there we go. There's the immersion. Yeah.
Jim.
Now I'm Jim. Once more.
Jim. Jim. Stanley.
Oh.
Jim. Stanley.
I wonder which one we are.
Jim.
There's only one Stanley button. What, oh, here we go. Are those figurines? Oh, yeah, this is gonna be good. Look at all the figurines we're gonna get right now. Oh, yeah. 26 out of 6. I'm so good. I am so good. Oh. Hello again. It's nice to see you. Is this the Slider Boy? But it's terrible to learn that there will never be another Stanley Parable game. Did you read what the developer said? Preserve the integrity of the franchise. What nonsense. The Stanley Parable is not sacred. We do not need to protect it. Screw the legacy. Let's keep making Stanley Parable games until the sun explodes. Let's run this franchise into the ground. Let's drag it through the mud and back. And if people hate it, who cares? You see, that was the narrator's problem. He was so obsessed with what people thought of his work. Don't make his mistake. Don't cling to the legacy. Let it burn. It's not hard, in fact. Let me show you. I agree. I burn my legacies all the time. There's no point in being typecast into nothingness. No exploration. No change. Stanley Parable 3. It's simple. All we do is change the number in the game's title screen. We also need a really dumb subtitle for the game, something loud and gaudy. Go ahead, try combining some random words together to make a new title for our game. Stanley Parable 3. Beyond water. Nice. It's absurd. I love it. Every time you restart the game, we'll advance the number of the sequel by 1, and then we'll pick a new subtitle. That way, the Stanley Parable will never end. And nothing in the game itself will change when you do this either. Adding more content sounds like work. No need to do that. It'll just be the same content recycled again and again and again with a new title screen. What do you say? Should we go forward with this plan? I like it. But I want you to have a say as well. Oh, yeah, let's do it. Good, then it's agreed. A new sequel every time you start the game. And you know what? Since you've put faith in my idea, I feel like giving you something as well. You see, I'm noticing that the narrator never found a way to give you the broken achievement, did he? Oh, yeah, that's right. Of course not. I wouldn't expect him to know how. It's not bothering me. Let's fix it. Oh, or it has been bothering me. I don't know. All right, there. The achievement machine is all fixed. You see, I'm on your side. We're in this together. We're going to keep this train rolling. The Stanley Parable cannot end. It can only spiral in on itself forever. I must keep the wheel turning. I'm ready. Are you ready? Great. There's only one last thing we need to do. Please enter the current time. Fucking hell. Oh my goodness. It is 3:05 p.m. And I've been playing this game all day. Please adjust the slider until the computer is barely visible. Thank you. Please enjoy the Stanley Parable. Stanley Parable 3 Beyond Water. And just to be sure that they are not lying, let's quit the game, go back in, and see if it's the Stanley Parable 4 or something random. Stanley Parable 4. The Forbidden Apple, yeah, I like that. And there you go. That's the Stanley Parable. I'm done playing. There may be other endings, but who knows?
This is the story.
We know. It's a story of a man named Stanley, and how I'm gonna end it is this.
But Stanley simply couldn't handle the pressure. What if he had to make a decision? What if a crucial outcome fell under his responsibility? He had never been trained for that. No. This couldn't go anywhere except badly. The thing to do now, Stanley thought to himself, is to wait. Nothing will hurt me. Nothing will break me. In here I can be happy forever. I will be happy. Stanley waited. Hours passed, then days. Had years gone by? He no longer had the ability to tell. But the one thing he knew for sure, beyond any doubt, was that if he waited long enough, the answers would come. Eventually, someday, they would arrive. Soon, very soon now, this will end. He will be spoken to. He will be told what to do. Now it's just a little bit closer. Now it's even closer. Here it comes.
Oh. And, yeah. That's the final ending we'll get. Thank you all for being here for this. If you watched the whole thing, it's a long time. It's been a long time. I'm ready to stop playing. And I guess we can end on this, you know. This game's about choices. It's about taking charge, following instructions, sometimes if that suits you, and ultimately setting out on a journey, a journey sometimes out of your control, but certainly no matter what you do, whether you stay in your office forever or you venture out into space and time and whatever, a journey you will have. And it's just something to think about. What journey do you want? What ending do you want to have? I'll leave you with that. Thanks for watching. Take care.